I just want you guys to know that they're getting a signal. Somebody's proved that. You don't have to do anything until the break. Yeah. And one guy comes back. Mike one comes back for session 3, so he's okay with leaving it on. It's fine. Whoever it is, yeah, Dan. And I'll keep an eye on these batteries. Okay. Assuming the reporting accurately. And then you can, once the first comes in, you can power them off, unless the guy wants to do it. I'm just going to take it off. I don't know, whatever you want. But, since I'd like to say, be sure we get through lunch with the first 7 legs. Right. And then we'll just change them all.
We'll take it off, like you said.
Yeah, just do it.
Keep them all in one place.
Yeah, no,
take it off for everybody.
That's fine. Yeah.
We'll do it for him too. That way there's no confusion.
The mic, which are the fatter ones? Is it 5 through 9? No, the fatter ones are 1 through 4, right? 5. Those have 2 batteries, which in theory last twice as long. But either way, we'll change them all. We'll change. Okay, we're getting ready to start, guys. At the lectern.
Good morning, and welcome to the George Washington University and Vietnam, a 50-year retrospective. I'm Paul Walbeck, Dean of the Columbian College of Arts and Sciences at GW. C-SPAN is broadcasting this conference live today, and so we're going to do all we can to stay on schedule. So we're getting started. So we're pleased to be a co-sponsor of today's conference alongside the Wallace Foundation and the Carnegie Corporation of New York. In its mission to explore the deeper meaning and lasting impact of this transformative era in American history, you will not only hear from former diplomats, military leaders, politicians, and veterans, but also noted historians, journalists, poets, and music educators, aligning well with the Columbian College's pursuit of a multidisciplinary and engaged liberal arts experience. There may be no individual GW alumnus who better embodies an engaged liberal arts experience than Dan Weiss, who brought this conference idea to me a year ago, an idea that gained momentum and enthusiasm with each passing day. Dan, who is president and CEO of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, formerly served as president at Lafayette and Haverford College and dean at Johns Hopkins Krieger School of Arts and Sciences. At GW, Dan studied psychology and art history on the heels of this turbulent era that we examine today. It was Dan's book, That Time, Michael O'Donnell and the Tragic Era of Vietnam, highlighting the remarkable and courageous life of a promising poet amid the tragedy of the Vietnam War, that inspired this conference. Dan, I'm proud to count you as a graduate of the Columbian College, and I'm grateful for your leadership role in this conference, accompanied by Peter Osnos and Tom Shanker. Thank you, and welcome back to your alma mater. It is now my privilege to introduce you to GW's president, Mark Wrighton. President Wrighton came to GW after almost 24 years as Chancellor and Chief Executive Officer at Washington University in St. Louis. As President Wrighton's term comes to an end this spring, it's my honor and pleasure to share this special experience with him. President Wrighton, will you please come to the stage?
Good morning, everyone, those in person and those watching. I appreciate very much Dean Walbeck's introduction, and I think we're in store for a very good program today. I'd like to echo Paul's thanks to Dan Weiss, Peter Osnos, and Tom Shanker. I appreciate the sponsors that have joined us in this important undertaking. Today, the panelists we are about to hear from will walk us through the many stages of the Vietnam War era, reflecting on its lasting impact and parallels with our own time. We seek deeper meaning. As a research university in the heart of our nation's capital, the George Washington University is committed to having a very high impact on the world, especially through the creation of new knowledge. This is not only relevant in looking toward the future, but is also relevant as we examine and re-examine important historical events in the past, such as the Vietnam War. We're very fortunate to have the opportunity to convene such a high-impact event as today's, and to bring together experts, research, and scholarship in ways that help us reflect and better understand the past. And I hope that the presenters today are able to share aspects of their personal involvement in the Vietnam War era. I myself was 20 years old in December of 1969, when there was an announcement of a lottery based on your birthday, and I had number 134. My brother had number 35. Ultimately, neither of us was called to serve. I was wrapping up my undergraduate experience at Florida State University in December of 1969. I went on to the California Institute of Technology in January of 1970. I am the son of a career Navy man. My father graduated from high school and immediately enlisted in the U.S. Navy. He was an enlisted man for his entire career. I'm very proud of his achievements. He rose to the highest rank in the enlisted ranks as an E9. But he was, as many would appreciate, a person who built his career in the military. And though my brother and I vigorously argued with my father, he believed very strongly in the chain of command in the military regarding the president as commander-in-chief, and you support your president, right or wrong. And that military perspective stuck with me. And as the months unfolded in 1970, as I began my PhD experience at Caltech, we were involved in many challenging times. My PhD advisor, Dr. George S. Hammond, was a great chemist and at the same time a very politically engaged individual. He gave a speech at Caltech after the Cambodian invasion. That speech was very critical of President Nixon, and my advisor was removed from a list of nominees to be a high-level official at the National Science Foundation. The good news for me is that my advisor continued at Caltech. And subsequently, there were serious challenges to many organizations, including all academic institutions across the country. Today, we live in a time of controversy, from rulings of the Supreme Court to divisions about the role of politics in higher education policies. One of the strengths, I believe, of American higher education is a degree of autonomy, and I believe that we need to work to sustain higher education in America as the world's best. So those are a few personal reflections about my time in my early 20s, proceeding through graduate school and then joining the Massachusetts Institute of Technology as a junior professor. When I arrived at MIT as an assistant professor in 1972, I heard about the occupation of the MIT president's office, and then Howard Johnson, who was president, how well he handled the protests surrounding the Vietnam War. I believe that many people were deeply touched by the Vietnam War, and of course, so many people were injured and lost their life in connection with that conflict. I look forward to hearing a portion of the program today, and it is now my privilege to introduce one of our three moderators and organizers of this event, Peter Osnos. Peter is the founder of Public Affairs Books, was a Vietnam correspondent for the Washington Post, and is the editor of Robert McNamara's Year Retrospective. Peter, I extend to you a warm welcome to the George Washington University.
This way. Hi. Looking around, I realized that when we said we were going to start this at 9 o'clock in the morning on time, we lost the students. Those of us who are here, as I look around, have probably very kind of direct experience with the Vietnam era and the Vietnam War. Wars almost always have a name. There's the Revolutionary War, Civil War, Good War, Forgotten War. However else the Vietnam War is portrayed, it's almost always associated with some version of tragic or tragedy, for that is what it was. The American War in Vietnam, the years between the early 1960s and 1973, when the last GIs and POWs left the country still at war, was meant to prevent a communist takeover in Southeast Asia, barely more than a decade after Mao Zedong's communist victory in China, and the war in Korea, where communists held on to half the Korean peninsula. The effect on Vietnam itself, north and south, was catastrophic. But death and devastation has not prevented a unified socialist republic of Vietnam from becoming a substantial Asian nation, and ironically, a source of commercial and political collaboration with the United States. It is in the US, this country, where the consequences of the war are still being felt. In ways existential, a sense that America is a superpower in some measure of global decline, and with a democratic system at risk. And merely profound, the social and cultural changes the country has undergone over the past 50 years that can be traced to the war years of the 1960s and 70s. For the 2 million Vietnamese Americans living in this country, succeeding generations have been absorbed and, on the whole, welcomed and successful. But what about Americans in the broadest sense? How did a military failure shape the strategies and policies of our era? How did the anti-war movement, the drive for racial equality and other social reform that were a factor in the war years, shape the ways the country has evolved since then? What has happened to patriotism as a foundation of the American way of life? Those are the questions we'll be discussing today in our panels over lunch here and for the viewers on C-SPAN today and thereafter. And we once again want to say how glad we are that all of you have chosen to spend the time with us. Dan Weiss, about whom you've heard. I just want to say one other thing about Dan Weiss. I'm an editor. When his proposal for that book in that time came in, I said, clear the decks. That's going to be one of the more important books ever on Vietnam. It's about Michael O'Donnell, one soldier of the 58,000 who died. Dan?
Good morning, everyone, and it's a real pleasure to have you with us for this day. Our hope is, as Peter said, that we can spend a day reflecting on an extraordinarily important moment in our history that in all kinds of ways, I think we can agree, changed almost everything about how we live, what we believe, how we select governance, how we think about the military, and so forth. We hope to dig into those questions and many others today in our discussion, and there will be opportunity for us to discuss with the panelists. As we do these sessions, each panel, there will be 5 panels through the day, and in between the panels, there will be breaks and opportunities for discussion, but we won't be taking questions from the audience during the period of the sessions. For those of you who stay with us, you get a free lunch, and it's going to be delicious, I promise you. Books are available in the lobby, so we have a nice plan for the day ahead. I'd like to just conclude briefly by saying in a moment, or for a moment, what it is that what brought me to be interested in this subject in the first place about Michael O'Donnell. And it was this poem that he wrote on New Year's Day in 1970. He was a 24-year-old helicopter pilot working in Vietnam, and on New Year's Day, he was reflecting on his circumstances, and in a letter to his best friend, Marcus Sullivan, who is here today as well, he wrote the following poem. If you are able, save for them a place inside of you. and save one backward glance when you are leaving for the places they can no longer go. Be not ashamed to say you love them, though you may or may not have always. Take what they have left and what they have taught you with their dying, and keep it with your own. And in that time, when men decide and feel safe to call the war insane, take one moment to embrace those gentle heroes you left behind. O'Donnell wrote that on New Year's Day in 1970, and about 2 months later, his helicopter was shot down, and he was listed as missing in action with his crew for 28 years. Eventually, the helicopter was recovered, and Michael O'Donnell was buried with full military honors 2 weeks before 9/11. So for his family and all of those who knew him and loved him, just as for so many of you, this war doesn't seem to end or go away. And our goal today is to reflect on all of that together. So it is now my pleasure to introduce the first panel. Peter, turn it over to you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, come on up and take your seats. Now, you've got to sit in a specific place or you'll be misrepresented on C-SPAN. And I don't have that list in front of me. If we have to move you around, we'll move you around. Doesn't matter. We're going to need to be a little less formal than perhaps some of you may have suspected. That's just, it's Vietnam after all. So let me make a quick introduction. When I called these three gentlemen, I said to the first one, I said, Secretary Hagel, he said, call me Chuck. Then I called Bob Kerry, I said, Senator Kerry, he said, call me Bob. Then I called General Eaton, he said, call me Paul. So you can see that we've got a certain, I don't know what, rhythm here, which is to say that while these gentlemen could not be more distinguished each in their own ways of service, we're all at a stage of reflection. And that's what I really want us to talk a bit about. So what I'm going to do is ask each of you a really very specific question to start with, and then try to move into a sort of more general discussion. I have not gone into a long and labored introduction. You, of all people, do not need one. We only have an hour. We want to keep it tight and get as much done as we can. So my first question is, Chuck, Mr. Secretary, you and Bob, how is it that we have two former senators from Nebraska? What are the odds, right?
You just got lucky.
And one was, if I'm not mistaken, a Republican, and one was, if I'm not mistaken, a Democrat.
Neither of it is past tense yet.
I would say that. And so both of you served with great distinction in various ways. And then both of you came home and chose a life in politics. And over the years, let's face it, your success in politics was very substantial. What I'm kind of curious, first Chuck and then Bob, how did the Vietnam experience, both of you had real experience, wounded, came home to a country that really wasn't welcoming to you. How did that experience, the Vietnam experience, shape the way you went about your political lives? Chuck?
Thanks, Peter, and I thank my two colleagues for taking time this morning, and all of you and all of those who had something to do with putting on this retrospective, because I think it's very important for all the reasons that have already been noted this morning. But I think wars become, as we move away from them and they become part of our history, they actually become more important because they can help guide us, especially in what not to do, and understand the mistakes we made, as well as the noble efforts that we made and what America's leadership role is in the world to come. As to your question, Peter, I think you start with, and everybody has their own story on this, we're products of our environment. We're all products of where we come from, what shapes us, what molds us. our experiences. And I don't think there's anybody who served in Vietnam, including especially my two friends here. And I use the term liberally with Kerry, but
He warned me that
Well,
keeping Kerry under control was going to be today's effort. There was
that experience has shaped all our lives. And it doesn't really matter if you were in, I don't think, if you were in politics or not. A United States Senator or Secretary of Defense, Bob was a governor as well as a senator. You are shaped by that experience, and I was. Every decision I made in some way, I had some reflection on times in Vietnam. It wasn't with me every day on every decision, but it was there. And on some of the decisions that Bob and I made based on votes in the Senate, on foreign policy, military affairs, intelligence, surely were reviewed in the receipts of our memories and minds about our experiences in Vietnam. So I have to say it's helped me. And to have to go back and review all those times sometimes is difficult. I was there with my brother in 1968, which was the worst year. And so anybody who's been to war, in any war, it's not always pleasant to go back, but sometimes you need to go back, not just to help you with the decisions you've got in front of you, but just to remind you of some things that are important in life. So that would be my response, Peter.
Bob?
Well, I don't know if you've read Elizabeth Becker's book.
No, I had nothing to do with it. Which one is it? Where are you, Elizabeth Becker? There you go.
Did I just ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
So Elizabeth Becker wrote a book. The title of it is You Don't Belong Here. And I think it's a pretty good summary of our involvement in Vietnam. And it might be a pretty good summary of my presence here today. So, but she described not just her reporting, but Kate Webb, Frances Fitzgerald, and Catherine Leroy. It's a remarkable story. And I actually connected in some ways to two other books that I've read once in 1972 and then again recently, which is Fire in the Lake, and then a Belarusian woman by the name of Svetlana Alexeyevich called, Secondhand Time. And the reason those two books are important to me is I do think one of the problems with discussing the Vietnam War is we get self-indulgent. It's all about us. It wasn't fought in Omaha. It was fought in Vietnam. And the impact on the Vietnamese is larger than the impact on us by a considerable amount. After I stepped down as governor and after a single term, and I was invited to go to Santa Barbara to teach a class on the Vietnam War, about which I knew nothing. And I've only increased my knowledge at the margin since then. And full disclosure, I had a choice. Do I want to spend January, February, March in Santa Barbara or January, February, March in Omaha? And that was a pretty easy choice. And we talked about the impact at that time, Peter, on us and on other veterans, including Vietnamese. And one of the people I invited was a guy by the name of Gary Parrott, who was a very close friend of mine from SEAL Team. And he got up on the stage and leaned in the podium and he says, if there is reincarnation, I want to come back as a Vietnamese. And I think to me, I feel the same way. I mean, I started going back to Vietnam in 1989 as the Cold War was about to end. And one of the things is really, two things I'd say that are underappreciated that happened at that time. The difficulty of normalizing relations. It was really hard to resolve the POW-MIA issue. The battle cry was, until we get a full accounting, we can't normalize relations. And the second was a peace agreement in Cambodia. So the first President Bush negotiated all that and had a roadmap to normalization, then he lost. And Bill Clinton, who famously did not go to Vietnam, now running against Bob Dole, in 1995 signed the normalization agreement. Before that, in 1975, the two heroes for me are Jerry Ford and Ted Kennedy. Those two guys made it possible for 1.5 million or so of Vietnamese to come to the United States of America. That didn't happen by accident. We may have been just as anti-immigrant in 1975 as we are today. And it was a wonderful thing that they did, and they get way too little appreciation for it. So I think the summary for me is the question for us needs to be, how do we sustain peace? Peace in some ways is a hell of a lot harder than war, because you have to constantly work at it. You have to constantly work through the disagreements. You have to constantly work through people say, oh, you're making peace with the communists. So it's, to my mind, my work right now is much more about making Fulbright University successful, because I think it's a way for us to do something positive. It ain't
Bob,
easy.
give us one sentence on Fulbright University, because it's very likely that not everybody knows what it is.
I mean, we don't know each other well enough. I can't say one sentence on good morning. So, look, it's a university. We put it in the normalization legislation in '95, and we actually did it in a little inappropriate way, but we did it nonetheless. I appreciate this is more than one sentence, although you haven't heard a comma or a period yet. And we built a graduate program first, and now we're building an undergraduate program first. We have an independent license from the government of Vietnam, which is really important. They let us do our own curriculum. And if I could fill this room with those students, you'd say, holy shit, these kids are great. They're trying to figure out their own future in Vietnam. They're trying to figure out, what does a war mean to them? And I think it's very important for us, as I said in the secondhand time book, what she does is she talks to people and gets her story and puts it all together in a wonderful piece of nonfiction, as does, in my view, Francis Fitzgerald in Fire in the Lake. But we need to be sympathetic and try to understand and become friends with the people of Vietnam.
You've just had an illustration of what it's like to talk to senators.
Name one.
You ask a question. I got a very good, concise answer from the Republican. The Democrat went off the rails.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I did warn you that I couldn't do it.
I've been warned. I've been duly warned.
Yeah.
Paul, your situation is really quite different, because after all, it was your father who was shot down when you were a plebe at West Point. And you went on to serve in what essentially was the Cold War Army. How do you think going into the military at the end of the Vietnam experience affected your own, years as you rose through the ranks to Major General? And first of all, tell us a bit about your father and why that had an impact on you, and then the years you spent in the military.
Sure, Peter. So when I told my younger son, a Special Forces officer, what I was doing, he said, "Why are you here?" Because you didn't go to Vietnam. And I said, "I'll let you know after the conference." He also said, "I don't know who the other panel members are, but I hope you have a non-commissioned officer and a special operator."
You got that.
Wise. So my dad went over there to fly the B-57E, which was a small bomber retrofitted to perform night trail interdiction over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, wherever it might be, and he had the section over Laos. And he was 41 years old when he went over. He was a lieutenant colonel, Air Force. And on the night of January 19, he didn't come back, and I get a phone call from my mom while I was at lunch at West Point, and it was her birthday, her 40th birthday. And she said, "Your dad's lost. They got a beacon. They don't know anything other than we don't know." And some 38 years later, we get a call from my mom that remains recovered and burial with full military honors. So it closed a chapter. But I'll tell you that, one, the Air Force covered itself in glory, the way they treated my mother and my brothers and me. And we owe Julia Moore, Hal Moore's wife, who was famous for the book We Were Soldiers, Once and Young. And all of that memory is an informing piece to a young person. I was 18 when it happened. And it changes your outlook on life. So what did it do to change my outlook on the armed forces? right after that happened, I went over to Germany to perform platoon leader duties for 30 days with the 14th Armored Cavalry Regiment, which was right on the border between East and West Germany. I was not impressed with the equipment. I was not impressed with the willingness to execute combined arms operations. And all of my classmates came back and we went through that question. We had an opportunity to change our future, but the majority of us stayed at the military academy. But that experience was informative. The next punctuation point was as a platoon leader with 44 young Americans who had volunteered. It was 1973, and we'd just gone to the all-volunteer Army. So all these men were volunteers to serve in the armed forces of the United States. My squad leaders and my platoon sergeant were two-tour Vietnam veterans. I came in with zero experience, and it's repeated itself with the Iraq and Afghan wars. But that is intimidating because they knew so much about everything. They were young men. My platoon sergeant was Staff Sergeant Ray Terlai. He was raised in Guam, and that man had the wisdom of a man far older than he was. And everything that we did was a reflection on their experience in Vietnam, overlaid on the fact that we were preparing our unit for the Cold War operations with the Warsaw Pact. So a completely different war, because America kind of shelved our experience in Vietnam. Ranger School in '72 was all about Vietnam. But the American Army turned the page just instantly when we came out. Different preparation for war, but with an overlay of experience from the Vietnam War. And the young men, and it was all infantry, so we did not have women
Then.
at that time, but they listened to our Vietnam veterans. And I did not have a boss who was not a Vietnam veteran until I was 53 years old. They were all Vietnam veterans. And they stayed with the Army and made it what it is today.
So one of the things that's characteristic of that period was that Americans showed, not all certainly, but ultimately a majority of Americans showed disrespect for the effort in Vietnam. Certainly the GIs who came home were treated that way. And yet today, if you go to a sporting event and there's a veteran there, often a woman, 18,000 people will get up and cheer. So why do you think what was the fact in the 70s, a young man like you, Paul, vets like you guys, when the country was turning against the war and turning against the military, how did that make you all feel? How angry were you, if that was what you were, or resentful, that you went to serve, you lost your father, you lost part of your leg, you were wounded twice? How did you all feel about the fact that this country was not behind your efforts? Chuck, do you want to try?
Well, I think the first part of your question is, or can be explained by an understanding of finally the American people separated the war and the warrior. It wasn't their fault that they went. America told them to go fight that war. They did, and they did it for their country. And those of us in the baby boom generation who fought that war, our fathers most of our fathers or uncles served in World War II. And at least that certainly was my brother Tom and my situation, and I think it was a situation for most of us. And so you did what the country asked you to do because it was the right thing to do. My dad did, my grandfather, my uncles did it. And I think that was kind of the beginning, but more to your point, as we were able to mature as a society about what the hell happened over there and why were we there, we eventually separated the war and the warrior. I think today is different for probably 2 or 3 things. Number one, certainly 9/11. 9/11 really coalesced the country behind our men and women in the military and all the consequences that we're still playing out. I think, too, just a better general educated public on not just Vietnam, but issues like geopolitics in the world and trade. And what's happened over the years is this, I think, made our society a little smarter, a little wiser, and a little better with a bigger appreciation, a wider lens view of mankind, of the world, of service. And I think number 3, and it kind of gets to something Paul was referring to, the quality of our armed forces, the people who stepped forward after Vietnam. And I recall many times talking to Colin Powell about this, and Paul especially knows this. How many of those guys like Colin Powell stayed in after Vietnam and said, we're gonna improve this army, we're gonna make it a better army, and we're gonna do the right thing. And they did, and it was because of McCaffrey and Powell and all these.
I assume a better Navy as well.
Well, we'll get to that. Get to that, but it's a good point on your behalf, of course. But all our armed forces just improved. I mean,
because there was no draft and because everybody's a volunteer?
Well, that was part of it too, but just I think a new sense of where it was going, and the people who stepped forward to make, and then what Paul said too, and then I'll end with this. Paul was just coming out of West Point, and I remember serving with Marty Dempsey, who was chairman of the Joint Chiefs when I was the secretary, and he was coming out of West Point right at the end as well. And these were really pretty special people, and they saw it too. And I'll let Paul address that, but and that helped us, and that helped us. And I think we wanted to put that chapter behind us.
Sure. Bob, you were there roughly 15 years after the end of World War II, the height of the sort of Cold War, the Chinese commies, the Reds, the this, the that. Did you know why you were there? Did you have a sense that you were there to make the world safe? For...
I'm gonna make up for the previous answer I gave you. No.
You're gonna be no. Okay, good. Thank you very much. But how, how did you feel about the way the country treated the war and the warriors?
Well, first of all, you have to know a little bit about me. So I was on a panel a couple weeks ago with Bill Bradley, who's a dear friend. And the question, and somebody asked a question about politics today, and Bill's answer was, we just got to learn how to disagree without being disagreeable. To which I said, no, there's nothing wrong with being disagreeable. And I can be that way. I can be very, and if you provoke me, I'll be disagreeable with you.
No, absolutely
not. He's not kidding.
It was 68 was a difficult year for the United States.
Right.
We were being disagreeable about all, Malcolm X was killed, Dr. King was killed, Bobby Kennedy was killed. And not just sort of the tip of the emotional iceberg. It wasn't just Vietnam that was provoking Americans into being disagreeable. By far, there was great civil rights and cultural changes going on in America at that time, and the war happened to be one of them. The next thing I'd say is, I think the worst thing, and I'm speaking to the men and women who are veterans of war, I think the worst thing that we can do, especially those of us who were hurt, is to begin to feel sorry for ourselves. I mean, I get that way every now and then. It's dangerous, really dangerous. One of my best friends, I was in the Philadelphia Naval Hospital full of Marines in 1969, and one of my best friends was a guy by the name of Lewis Puller. And Lewis Puller called me while he was listening to Fortunate Son, Creedence Clearwater Revival song. That was the basis of his book called Fortunate Son. And I was the last person to talk to him before he shot himself. Because that's where it leads. That's where despair goes. And you got to find a way to get over it, because it's a deadly condition. So for me, and when I came home, I didn't give a damn if somebody didn't like me. What do I care? I got other problems other than whether or not there's a group of people that think the Vietnam War is wrong. I've got to put my broken little body back together. And thanks to the United States government, who, it's fair to say, almost killed me before, I was able to put my life back together. So I think, we were treated poorly in part because of everything that was going on at the time. It was not just the war. When you've got a president of the United States saying, I'd like to tell you where we're bombing in Vietnam, but I don't want the enemy to know. He say, excuse me, we're dropping the effing bombs on the enemy? Don't you think they know where the bombs are dropping? There were many examples where our leaders were just lying to us. And it tends to put it mildly, be very discouraging.
And I think that one of the things that's characteristic of all the years since,
that
it was in Vietnam when the government was telling people X, when reality was Y. That began a process with which we are deeply immersed today, which is a kind of lack of confidence and a belief that they're telling us things that are not true.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Paul, you go out there, you've finished West Point, you've lost your father, you're going to serve the country. You could have done a hell of a lot better going to business school, but you didn't. You stayed with it, and you watched the military recover, because that's what it did. It was broken, morale certainly, by the end of the war. The United States had never retreated in the way we did. We talk about the last GIs, because that's why we're here, is the last GIs left in April '73. But the war didn't end until '75. And the image in everybody's mind is those folks on the top of what was not the embassy, but a building downtown. So you were there picking up the thread of a very demoralized, I would guess, in some respects, senior military leadership. They knew they had failed. So how did you, in the next decades, see the recovery of pride? Well, you already talked about the recovery of the skills and so on. But one of the things that fascinates me is when individuals, how they cope with the broader sense of failure. How did you think that you, as an officer, as a West Point graduate, how did you kind of manage the changes in the way the country was treating the military and the way you felt about the country?
So in 1972, Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai was asked about the implications of the French Revolution. And he said, it's too soon to tell. The long view. And when I arrived at Fort Carson, Colorado with my 44 brand new soldiers and my 4 Vietnam veteran non-commissioned officers, we were worried about the first sergeant. That's our focus. Lieutenants and the men, our troopers, as long as First Sergeant Jerry Washburn was happy, we were happy, and so was our company commander. So there is this fact of a demoralized army in the aggregate, but we were not demoralized as individuals. And everybody who stayed in the Army after 1970, after summer of '73, was a volunteer. And every day we went to work knowing that we could make a whole lot of money on the outside, but we liked what we were doing if our chain of command was good. And I was supremely lucky with my chain of command. One boss after another, one platoon sergeant, one first sergeant after another. Charlie Wilson, my first sergeant, when I took a 180-man rifle company in Germany, all volunteers, about 20%, 25% black. We had not conquered our racial problems by then, by 1975. But Charlie Wilson, who was black, and his wife Peggy, also black, became my wife and my best friends. And were we inwardly focused? Yes. So we weren't worried about the fact that Vietnam may not have turned out to our satisfaction. We were worried about our mission and the welfare of left and right, up and down. And I'll make a comment that, and we're witnessing it right now between Russia and Ukraine. Armies can lose wars, but it takes a nation to win a war. And you can flood Vietnam with 550,000 of the best Americans you can possibly find. But if the national strategy and if the national will isn't there, it will not be a success. I made a trip to Vietnam in 2009 with my brother. And what we saw was wonderful. Mm-hmm. And the question that we had was, is the Vietnam that we see today, was wonderful, the Vietnam that we see today, was that because of the French and American involvement or in spite of it? I say the same thing about the U.S. Army. Is the Army today because of our Vietnam experience or in spite of it? And I give it to a handful of extraordinary generals and senior non-commissioned officers who took what we got out of Vietnam and created this marvelous instrument for foreign policy that we have right now. And I believe in spite of Vietnam.
But if I want to make sure I get this right, but you were one of the military who spoke out against the invasion of Iraq in 2000. Am I right about that?
Indeed.
Okay. Talk a little bit about why you, as a career military officer, when once again your president was saying we're doing this because we think it's in the best interest of the United States, why you, who would never have not disobeyed an order in the military, stood up and said, as what you did, forthrightly, that this is a mistake or whatever it was you said. Talk about how you came to that view.
So when that happened, and I'll start off with, at the War College, we send our best and brightest to, at the age of 41, 42 years old, to the War College. Every service has one. And in the Army, when they start off with, welcome practitioners of the military art, we're going to talk about two things. One, the rest of government application to foreign policy, and vital national interests. And a vital national interest or an existential interest, in theory, you're all in. When this second attempt to go into Iraq was being tossed about, for those of us who believed what we heard in the War College, it was not a vital national interest. And all of us had been exposed to what my two colleagues on this stage have been exposed to. Men who had gone to Vietnam and had returned, and the experience that meant for the nation. The Iraq War was the dumbest thing that we've done in a long time. And that, because of better than 4,400 families who lost men and women over there, that's a that's a tough pill to swallow. But, and also my brother, who was a lawyer, said, you know, you're subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and you are, because I was retired at the time, but if you're retired and you're drawing a pension, you are subject to military law. And the commentary that I wrote for the New York Times about Mr. Rumsfeld triggered an article, yes, Mr. Rumsfeld could court-martial the generals. That had not occurred to us when we took our position, but
You'd look great in stripes.
It was an unlikely event, so.
So let me ask the two others of you who were in very significantly in public life at the time of 9/11 in Iraq and Afghanistan. Remind us of what your positions were. Chuck, you want to start with that? What did you think? 9/11, you said, was a turning point. Then we went into Afghanistan, made a quick job of it. Then came Iraq, and we didn't. Mm-hmm. What did you think at the time? I've forgotten where you were in the hierarchy of the world at that time. Where were you in 2003?
I was in the United States Senate.
Foreign Relations Committee.
Foreign Relations Committee, Intelligence Committee. In 2001, after 9/11, I supported, I think every senator did except we had one vote against it, going into Afghanistan. Iraq was a whole different story. And I spoke out against it, took a very similar position that Paul did. Reflecting on the first question you asked us, our experience in Vietnam, did it affect our lives and how we viewed things and came to decisions? That was a clear example of how I got to my position on Iraq. That was wrong. I gave a floor speech, Senate floor speech on it. I became ostracized from my own party. I was called a traitor and a rhino.
Which is worse?
I don't know. Rhino's not an attractive fellow. Maybe a purebred or something would be better than a rhino. But in any event, for the same reasons that Paul noted and more, why I thought Iraq was a mistake. We didn't need to do it. And something that's always it really astounded me, the news media especially did lose this point. You know, after Desert Storm, and I think George H.W. Bush handled that exactly right. You push him out, you finish the mission, but we didn't just leave. Here's what's missing that people forget. We had overflights over the northern part of Iraq and northern and southern part of Iraq where Saddam Hussein, couldn't control his own oil. As a matter of fact, he couldn't even sell his own oil. It was being sold to the United Nations. He was just a broken down old general. He would have been overthrown. He didn't control 60% of his country. And the Kurds flourished for 10 years up in the north. And Joe Biden and I drove down into Kurdistan in December of 2002, a couple of months before we invaded Iraq. And we spent 3 days up in Iraq, Biden and I did, and to see what was going on up there. So I talked to the President Bush personally on this a number of times, as I did Rice and Rumsfeld. But that decision had been made months and months before, and the administration didn't tell the truth, quite frankly. Well, let me end with this. There was a speech that Vice President Cheney gave in Kansas City to the VFW convention in August of 2002. And he very clearly said, we're going to war in Iraq and we're going to invade Iraq. And within days after, I noted that in a floor speech that I made in the Senate. But nobody really picked it up. I mean, it wasn't unusual for nobody to pay attention to me, but...
you got an audience here now.
Well, captive, yes. So, yeah, it was a very bad decision where we started something in Iraq that some of us warned about, that all of what's happened in the Middle East, I would say in some way can be traced back to that invasion of Iraq, and then we got kicked out. And in 2008, while Bush was still president, Prime Minister Maliki says to Bush, I'm not going to take forces agreement to the parliament to protect your troops because you're occupiers. Now this is 2008. Get out, get out. And that's what happened. I mean, Obama didn't take the troops out. Obama was opposed to it in the campaign, Iraq, but Bush had to sign that deal in 2008 to remove all troops because we were seen as occupiers. And that's always is going to be the case when you stay too long, when you don't even understand why you're going in to start with. It was all based on lies and so on. But anyway, that was my position.
Bob, I'm not surprised I mean, I'm not going to expect you to say you're in favor of the Iraq operation.
What do you expect me to?
But I'm going to ask you another question.
No, let me.
You can deal with that, but then
no matter what you ask me, I've got my statement figured out. It doesn't really matter. But
Bob, we're now 40 minutes into this. I figured that out. But one of the things that stayed with me most in my own Vietnam experience and years since was when John Paul Vann said the trouble with the United States in Vietnam was not that we only had 10 years, but that we had 1 year 10 times. And Iraq was, in many ways, a repeat of some of the same mistakes. Went into a country that we didn't understand.
I think it's a bullshit analogy, just to be clear at the outset.
Well, that's why I'm asking the question.
Well, maybe a couple of things I want to say. First of all,
you do know that we're on live television.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
You do know I'm a former senator, right? So the draft was ended in 1972 because the draft was unpopular, not because the Congress said, oh, we're going to do something enlightened. They eliminated the draft in 1972 because the draft itself was unpopular. Not because we thought it was going to improve the quality of the military. I'm not sure it did, because I served the people of all walks of life. Because I was essentially drafted, although I volunteered for the Navy because I didn't want to go to Vietnam. That was a smart thing to do. So, secondly, I remember the Balkan War, and in the Balkan War, people were saying, "Oh, we can't intervene. It's not in our interest." And we're not going to be able to do anything anyway, because they're still thinking about the Battle of Polche in 1423. So don't intervene. We intervened. And Dick Holbrooke went to Dayton, Ohio, negotiated a peace agreement, and most of the smart people said, you can never enforce it. Never enforce it. And we did. The Defense Intelligence Agency monitored that whole process, and the killing stopped as a consequence of the U.S. military intervening. So I'm cautious. And the final thing I'd say, Peter, is that I watched the other day on YouTube an interview of John Kennedy in 1962, and it's remarkable. They asked him, was there anything harder than you expected it to be? And remember, when the Iraq War was started, and I cite it because he said, yes, I realize it's a lot easier to tell people what to do than it is to actually make the decision to do it. So I wasn't in the Senate at the time. And I had a relationship with the Kurds, and I believe that they could have established a representative government. I knew what the nature of the prisons were in Iraq. So I think my opinion is what should have been done, could have been done, is not much more than somebody sitting on the sidelines cheering on their team.
So let me be sure I understand. What you're saying is you thought they were, well, be more specific. What did you think the mission in Iraq was, and what should it have been?
I think they got badly confused. Look, we did have international sanctions on Iraq, and all they had to do is disclose where their weapons of mass destruction are. And it did leave the impression that they must have had them. We didn't realize that the sanctions were enabling Saddam Hussein to rake a whole bunch of cash off. It was in his interest to keep those sanctions on. So it's not impossible for me to be sympathetic to somebody to say, oh, they've got weapons, based upon his behavior. But I think we got lost. I think Rumsfeld wanted to demonstrate that he could do it with the smallest force possible. He obliterated the Powell Doctrine, which was really important. It's sort of the lesson I learned in demolitions. Calculate the amount of C4 you need and multiply it by 2. That's what he did. This is what it's going to take to win Desert Storm. We multiply it by 2, and if the American people don't support it, we're not going to do it. And then he turned the whole purpose around. He didn't care about democracy in Iraq. The same way in Afghanistan. We drove the Taliban out in 6 months with special operations and CIA people. And then what did Rumsfeld do? We can't stop until we can kill bin Laden, which was, what, 8 years later. Yeah, there's so much in the decision-making about both the Iraq War and the Afghan War that I'm extremely critical of. But I'm, again, reminded what John Kennedy said. He's 100% right. If you're in the arena making the decision, it's a lot harder than sitting on your ass running the new school up in New York City.
Peter, to Bob's point, we lost our way. We really never understood why we went into Afghanistan either. Iraq was but we never had a real plan. And we stayed and stayed. And I remember asking questions of Foreign Relations Committee of senior administration officials, is this nation building? Oh, no, it's not nation building. Well, what is it? Well, we'll be out of there in 5, 6 months. Give us more men, more money, and we'll be home by Christmas. Year after year was that same answer. And we just eventually went off the cliff and didn't realize anymore why were we there. We got in so deep, and we had so many business interests, consultants, billion-dollar contracts, on and on and on. And congressmen and senators were benefiting too, because those contracts were going back to their districts and their states.
Writing PAC checks.
Paul,
exactly.
So you're another generation. We know where these folks were, and we now know where you were on that. What do you think has happened to the country since Iraq and Afghanistan? Where do you think we are in 2023? As a country, first of all, as a military, second of all. And I would say that one thing that's been striking to me is, really for the first time since World War II, the folks fighting the war in Ukraine are people we admire. We didn't admire the South Vietnamese, we didn't admire the Koreans, we didn't admire the Afghan army. We always treated our clients as though they were clients, which is to say we didn't have much respect for them. But we seem to have a great deal of respect for the Ukrainians, partly because we're not losing anybody. But where do you think the country is now in the broader sense and particularly in the military sense? What should we be thinking about on those two big issues and the military?
I am 72 years old.
Oh, to be 72.
And I have, all my family is military. My 3 children, 2 sons are still active. Well, my younger son just retired. Daughter served, 2 non-commissioned officers, 1 officer. I grew up in the Air Force. My father-in-law was a career Marine. And we tend to view the world in an insular fashion when we're on active duty, inward looking. But as a guy looking out right now, I live in Key West, Florida. A small town with a drinking problem, we say, and it's a great place to live, but it's a small town. And I go to Little League games where my family's little girls, 13 and 15, are great athletes, and I watch small town America operate. Then if you turn on one of the cable news programs, you get a different perspective. You get this politicization of just about everything, and a political environment that is as divisive as I've seen in the time that I've been conscious. So it's kind of like military units. Small units tend to operate as they have always operated. Mm-hmm. Good leadership and good men and women doing what they're told to do, preparing for the eventual. And then you get into the politics, and my colleagues can speak far more eloquently than I can, but if you're bombarded at the national level by by increasingly sophisticated means of transmitting ideas and conceptions as opposed to news, it's a hot mess. And then if you start querying, and I think that it would be helpful to answer your question in polling, to reach out to a retired lieutenant colonel who was wounded in Afghanistan and who has just retired, how he feels about what we did leaving Afghanistan in a less than elegant manner, and the way we left Iraq after committing nation's resources and and our youth to a cause that we did not completely understand, which is a little reminiscent of what we're talking about today. So we have, as a nation, we have repeated what we did in the 60s and 70s. And there are a lot of young Americans who are very unhappy, and because of the nature of who they are coming to grips and putting packages together to go back to Afghanistan and rescue people who need rescue, to bring them back to America in safety because of the personal relationships that are always important, critical at the small unit level. So addressing America, we're doing great. I'm a Pollyannish, glasses half full. I always have been that way, and I trust in the youth of America and what they will do. They'll do the right thing. We've got a great economy going on right now, and we've got some frictions out there, but I'm positive.
So the fact that you lost your father in Vietnam, that you thought the Iraq war was a terrible mistake, but your general view is that Americans mean well. So why do we keep making all these terrible mistakes? Is it politics?
Gentlemen.
If you don't want to answer the question, what we're hearing from Paul is the quality and commitment of the military forces and the quality of American life, generally. Let's put the little league and the big league. But what we have is a very, very, very complicated, to put it mildly, or vexed political system.
Look, in a democracy, Peter, the most dangerous force is uninformed public opinion. Always has been, always will be. And when I read for the second time Fire in the Lake, I mean, she goes into phenomenal detail of the various different religions and sects and so forth. I had no understanding. Likewise, until 9/11, Peter, if you asked me to tell you the difference between a Shia and a Sunni, I couldn't. I'm not sure I still can. But we had to. The Congress needed to rapidly increase its knowledge in order to answer the question, what do we do? And Ukraine, by the way, in some ways is easier because they look like us. It's easier to understand their culture than it is to understand the culture of the Vietnamese, or the culture of the Iraqis. So I think it does get back to politics, but it isn't what the politicians are doing. It's what we as Americans know. Don't push your politician to do something unless you really understand what it is that's going to happen when they do what you want them to do.
You want to take that on? The politics of why is it that we have this distinction between the American spirit on the ground and the military spirit on the ground, and the very dystopic politics that we find, and the kind of politics that leads to, well, disaster. 60s was Vietnam, 90s was Iraq, and here we are. So how do you resolve that contradiction?
Well, we've got 5 minutes left.
They say wrap up, so.
Yeah, that's a question that would take all day to answer.
We don't have all day.
So I'm going to tell you this. Iraq and Afghanistan were the products of 9/11. America was attacked. All Americans responded to that. Just judging from the Congress and the House and the Senate, how overwhelmingly that vote was to go to Afghanistan. We were attacked. That's not going to happen. And so that's different from Vietnam. Different from other than World War II, when we were attacked by the Japanese. I think that's where you got to start on those two wars. But to your bigger question on the politics, Bob's right. I've always said that politics does not lead. Politics follows society. Society, at the ballot box in November, makes decision who's going to be the president and who's going to be in the Senate and the House and the governor and so on. It's society that informs. It's society with the power. It's society with the votes. And politics just responds to that. It just reflects to that. And Bob's point is a really good one. And
by the way, he's never said that before.
well, maybe
taken,
maybe
a long time to get there
before I say that again. But also you've got the other variations of social media, of lack of trust. I mean, trust is the coin of the realm. Everybody knows that. In personal relationships or anything, business, politics. And when we've destroyed trust in this country, truth. Well, what is truth? I don't know what Fox says or what MSNBC says or politicians lie. I mean, you can't trust anybody. You've got that kind of a world today, and the world is complicated, it's interconnected, and so it doesn't do any good to just sit and talk about it and wring our hands. We've got to manage it. Just go through a cursory reading of history down through the last few centuries, all the problems that societies had to deal with. Every revolution in technology, oh my God, how do we handle this? You're going to put people out of work. So I think that's not a good answer to the question, but I think as long as we can understand the challenge ahead of us, and you'll never understand all of the challenge because you don't get it all. Sure. It's the future. And I'm confident that we can do that. I spend, and I'll end with this, I spend some time with younger members of the House, Democrats, Republicans, and the Senate. They have a whole different attitude toward all this. They know that we look like a bunch of jokes. I mean, really, jokesters. Different members, younger members, and we have to do it.
You guys are a bunch.
No, how we're governing or pretending to govern, and the differences, the political differences that you're talking about, that paralyzes and polarizes and divide us. We got to stop that. We've got to break out of that. And these younger ones understand that. They haven't yet reached authority positions yet in the power, but what they're doing, it's interesting, they're putting caucuses together. So there isn't just one or two members, there's a caucus of like 50 members in the House. New York Times wrote a great story about it about a week and a half ago. The five families of McCarthy and the Republicans and so on. And I don't want to get political here, but that's how people are responding to this.
Chuck, we got 1 hour, we have 1 minute and 20 seconds left before they give us the hook. I just want to ask all three of you. The one, looking at the four of us, we have something in common. We're all white men of a certain age.
Old.
Old. Well, I call it seasoned. Anyway, the thing I wanted to ask all, is it time for us to get out of the way? Should Joe Biden, the President of the United States, be running again?
Well, I'm delusional about lots of things, but I am out of the way. So,
well, speak for yourself. You're not out of the way.
I just did.
I'm saying that seriously. I want to address the question of the age of the Vietnam generation, who are still extant, and Joe is one, and all of us are, except Paul's a little younger. But where do we fit in today's how to influence the world? Experience count? Does experience count?
Sure. Sure, experience counts. But there are a variation of qualities of leadership that you need. Experience is one of them. But energy, new ideas, focus, discipline, I mean, all those things are part of leadership.
Hook. I just want to say thanks very much.
Thank you, Peter.
We kept as much as we could to the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to get started with our second panel. We spent the first hour talking about the politics of war and something about the military issues and strategies associated with it. In this hour, we're going to talk about writing about war, what it means to be on the ground in the place or to study it and reflect on it from a historical or literary point of view. And I'd like to start with, we have 4 panelists. I'll introduce them very briefly. Although I suspect they're known to all of you. Robert Brigham is the Shirley Ecker-Bosky Professor of History and International Relations at Vassar College and author of numerous books on the Vietnam War, including Reckless, Henry Kissinger and the Tragedy of the Vietnam War, and Iraq, Vietnam, and the Limits of American Power. Bob Brigham. Next, we have Philip Caputo, a Vietnam vet and author of 17 books, including A Rumor of War, one of the most important early books on Vietnam, and indeed it helped to establish a whole literary genre. Winner of the Pulitzer Prize for Investigative Reporting, along with numerous other awards. Next, we have Frances Fitzgerald, a pioneering American journalist and historian who has written many books on a wide variety of subjects. Her book, The Fire in the Lake, The Vietnamese and Americans in Vietnam, which has been discussed quite a bit already this morning, won the National Book Award and the Pulitzer Prize, among numerous other awards. And then Frederick Logevall, the Lawrence D. Belfer Professor of International Affairs at Harvard University. He's the author of Pulitzer Prize-winning The Embers of War, The Fall of an Empire and the Making of America's Vietnam. And more recently, JFK, Coming of Age in the American Century, 1917 to 1956, the first of 2 planned volumes on JFK. So welcome, it's great to have the 4 of you with us for this next hour. And if I can, I'd like to start with Frankie with a question about, indeed you're a pioneer, your work in Vietnam helped to establish an extraordinary level of journalistic scholarship and significant engagement with the issues on the ground, but can you talk a little bit about what it meant for you as a young woman in Vietnam to be writing about war? How did you understand that experience?
Well, all I can say is that Fire in the Lake was the most difficult book I've ever had to write. And the reason was not so much the subject matter, it was a matter of tone. I mean, I'm talking in a writerly way. And the subject kind of came up immediately that I got to Vietnam. I remember getting there on a plane from Vientiane, and the plane was going along and so on, and suddenly it went almost vertically to land. And we got out and they said, well, you know, they were mortaring the airport just now. And so we had to do that. So then I got through the customs and so forth, and I was met by a friend, and he said, "We've got to hurry." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I have a tennis game." And he did. So I thought, how do I write about that? And that evening we went to, not he and I, but whole press corps gang went to a birthday party given by Dean Braless, for NBC correspondent, for his photographer girlfriend. And it was on the roof of the Caravel Hotel, and there was roses and champagne, and there was firing in the distance all the time. Most of it was outgoing, but some of it was incoming. And we heard even gunfire in the streets just below. And nobody paid any attention at all, except me. And I thought, well, how do I write about this? And then the next thing I remember very well was that I went up to Queen Yan, which is the capital of Binh Dinh province. Binh Dinh had been a Viet Cong stronghold forever. I mean, it might as well have been in the north. And the Americans were putting on an enormous campaign. It was more than an operation. It went on for a couple of weeks. And somehow the first place I got to was the civilian hospital. And they said, well, it's over there. So I went. And there's a beautiful old French building. I went inside the courtyard, and there was nobody there at all. So finally, I saw this American leaning over one of the balconies, and so I went up to him. And he was a doctor who was there for 6 months. And he said, he was practically tearing his hair out. He said, "You just can't believe how terrible it is here. You can't believe it, you can't believe it, you can't believe it." And he showed me along this corridor where there were stretchers with people lying on, every one of them not able to get into the rooms. And the people were so horribly disfigured. They were blown up to twice their size. And a lot of them had terrible wounds as well. And of course, it was napalm or C4 that had done it, and it was clearly American initiative. So he couldn't speak to them. He had no medicine, even to make them more comfortable. He saw himself when he came there as being in a nice clinic with some children, But there he was, almost all by himself, with these impossible cases that were, he didn't know who they were, where they came from, what had happened to them, so on. And I remember, whereas we were looking over the courtyard, there was a dog walking along with a bone in its mouth. And he said, that's a human bone, because they don't bury them very deeply. And so dogs often just dig the bodies up and chew the bones. And the spectacle was so terrible that I really had no idea how to deal with it. I mean, I could have sort of screamed like he did, in writing, but I knew that nobody could read that. It would just turn everybody off, and they would think that I was little crazy myself. Equally, I could not sort of take that distance from it, because I'd be lying if I did.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I would go back and forth while I was there between these two things, or four things. The sort of general ease of life in Saigon and these horrors outside. And so that's when I started to worry about how to write about the thing. And when I learned more about the context, about the war, and about the Vietnamese, it still was there. And so when I started writing this book, I still didn't quite know how I was going to be able to deal with this.
It's a really interesting paradox in some ways that you wandered into this circumstance and found it to be as complicated as you did, but you set out to write an extraordinarily ambitious book. And as a very young journalist on the ground, did you recognize at the time you were beginning this work the level of ambition that would be required to pull it off?
I guess not, or I wouldn't have.
Well, it worked out, which is good. Oh.
Well, I thank John Kerry for boosting it here. Very kind of him.
Well, thank you. So, Fred, you as a historian who has studied the Vietnam War a great deal from the distance of the aftermath of the war, can you say something about your own interest in this work, what drew you to it in the first place, and how you see the evolution of thinking about this issue since you published The Embers of War?
Well, I think I'm originally from Sweden, and I think developed an interest early on, Dan, in U.S. foreign policy. We emigrated to Canada, and I think you can't help when you live in Canada to be, if you care about foreign affairs, to think a lot about the U.S. What are they up to down there? And so I think I developed this interest. I read, and I'll come back to this in a second, I read David Halberstam's The Best and the Brightest in college. Blew my mind. And then in graduate school, I decided I need to figure out how this whole thing started. And initially, that had to do with Kennedy and Johnson and their decision to Americanize. And I think something that happens to all of us, or many of us, is that we begin to write about this conflict, and then we visit the country, and something takes hold. And so all of a sudden, you find yourself committing to doing another book. And so that's how I got into this. In terms of the literature, Dan, I guess I'd make a couple of remarks. We're trained as historians we're trained to believe that you need a certain period of time before you can really write good history. I think that's true, but I'm also conscious of the fact that so many of the early works, we might call them first cut histories, second cut, have just stood up so incredibly well. And a certain person just to my immediate right, I think Fire in the Lake belongs on any short list today, any short list of essential books on the war. Halberstam, George Herring, Bernard Fall, arguably one of our great writers still on this conflict. So it's striking to me, Dan, Chester Cooper, there are a number of these early books that I think right now, if you pick them up, you would find you'd learn a great deal about this conflict. It should also be said, maybe my second point, is that, of course, the scholarship that's come out over the last couple of decades, I've contributed a bit of this to this myself, I think has been incredibly important. It's given us a whole new understanding in some respects of the struggle, some of it based obviously on Vietnamese sources, sources in France that I've made use of and others have made use of, an incredible outpouring of documentary materials in this country. And it's been so important, and yet there's an irony here, which is I don't think that this new scholarship has really changed the terms of the debate in this country. I'm conscious of the fact that we're still debating the core questions. Why did the United States get involved? Why did the United States escalate its involvement? Why did it perpetuate this war? Why did it fail to achieve its objectives? I guess what the new scholarship is really doing is allowing us to debate those questions with more sophistication than we had before, which it seems to me is an interesting comment. And if I may, just one final thought on this, and that is what's striking to me after 25 years of studying this war is that American leaders, and this includes John F. Kennedy, who I'm researching and writing about right now, Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon, as I see it, were realists. Behind closed doors, they were gloomy realists about this war. I think from the beginning to the end. Robert McNamara would later say to us, "If only we had known," was a kind of mantra of the latter-day McNamara. He sells himself short. He did know. They did know. And so what I find striking for me is the degree to which they were realists about the war, Dan, and they escalated, it seems to me, and perpetuated a war that they privately doubted was either winnable or necessary. That's a rather gloomy conclusion that I've reached on the basis of my research.
Well, it raises two themes that I'd like us to discuss in this hour. One of them is the role of leadership in decision-making, that maybe we can come back to. And the question is, why is it today still we seem to devalue integrity, transparency, a certain commitment to honesty in the way in which leadership is practiced in this country politically, when we learned so much after the disclosures of McNamara and Johnson and Nixon? We knew what they were really thinking because actually that became public, which was revelatory. But I want to back up just a bit and stay with you for a second, Fred. It seems to me, anyway, it was self-evident by the late 1970s that if we learn nothing else, we'll never do that again. We will not go back to a place like Vietnam, not understanding the nature of the conflict that we are engaging. And we've spent much of our time this morning talking about Afghanistan and Iraq. So from a historical point of view, what have we learned or not, in your view?
Well, in the final paragraph of my first book, which is called Choosing War, I wrote, and I remember thinking about, should I put this in, should I not put this in, but I put it in. And I remember I wrote the last conclusion about the escalation of the war in Vietnam is this: something very much like it could happen again. So some part of me understood that the eternal temptation of politicians to pursue their short-term interests, to do what's best for them in the short term, will continue to be there even after this misbegotten adventure in Southeast Asia. And I think, Dan, that's what we've seen. We've seen that in terms of their calculation of what's best for them in the short term, pursuing a military option in these later conflicts works for them. It gets to something that I haven't mentioned, which I think is central to understanding certainly the war in Vietnam, but also these later interventions, which is that I think it has a lot to do with domestic politics. And maybe Democrats in particular being nervous about being tarred with the soft on communism or later soft on terrorism label. And that in domestic political terms and in careerist terms, let's not underestimate the importance of plain old careerism, making these commitments, even if you're saying something else behind closed doors, matters, which is, I guess, a way of saying, Dan, that maybe we haven't learned that much.
Or maybe it's really about leadership, and we'll come back to that. Thank you. Phil, most everyone here knows, I think, about your first book, which certainly anyone who has any interest in the Vietnam War has encountered a rumor of war. I certainly have, and I thought it was an extraordinary achievement. Can you say something about why you decided to write about Vietnam in that way? What was your process that led you to create a rumor of war? And then reflect a little bit about what you've learned since you wrote it.
Well, I had no idea what my process was. I don't even know if I had a process. I think we need to make a distinction between the kind of book that I wrote and what my fellow panelists up here or guests wrote. And mine was basically an account of an intensely personal experience. It had nothing to do with politics or with the geopolitical causes of the war and all that. I basically wanted to write about what the war was like for those who were in it. I had two problems with that. One is that in the past, novels or memoirs about conventional wars, call them that, whether it was Norman Mailer, James Jones, or Siegfried Sassoon in World War I, had a narrative that was imposed on them by the event itself. In other words, like say Norman Mailer wrote about the Philippine campaign in his novel, The Naked and the Dead. Well, that had a beginning, a middle, and an end. The Vietnam War just seemed to have no coherence or pattern to it at all. And I had almost no idea about how to go about writing an arc to that, or putting a narrative arc on that experience. And the other one, of course, was that at the time I was writing it, it was still an intensely debated topic here in the U.S. And elsewhere. So it was difficult to get away from it, to get a perspective on it. But what saved me in that was, first of all, I was in London, and I'd read Siegfried Sassoon's Memoirs of an Infantry Officer, which was basically a memoir, very thinly disguised as a novel. And I said, that's what I've got to do. The arc is what happened to me and my friends who were over there. That's the arc. That's the narrative arc, not the event itself. And then I also said I wanted to write about it in such a way that it was such fidelity to the experience that those who were debating the war back here would take a pause and say, what do I think about it now? I mean, everybody struck me as almost smug in their attitudes about the war, whether they were, pro-war or anti-war, somewhere in between. And that's what I wanted. I wanted the book to undermine their assumed attitudes. So that's why I wrote about it the way I did, but there was no process to it. I just, if I may, I started that book when I was still in uniform. I started it at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and got nowhere with it. And I continued to schlep it around with me, literally all over the world, for something like 9 years before I was finally able to put it all together. And then I think I'd written maybe 1/3 of it in those 9 years. And then in the last 6 months, I wrote the rest of it. It all came together.
Well, one of the things I think you accomplished brilliantly in the book is there's no question the hardest thing about writing about war is giving people a sense of really what it feels like to be in a war. That terror can only be known by people who've lived it. Yeah. But you tried in a literary way, and I think quite brilliantly, to evoke something about how awful it is and what it feels like to be in a war. And I know you've spoken about that. That hadn't really been done in that way before. So my question is, how did you come about doing that? And at the time you were actually writing the book, nobody wanted to talk about the Vietnam War. It wasn't, you were ahead of your time. This was not a moment when people were talking about memorials and memory. Nobody wanted to talk about the war. Yeah. So how did you come to terms with those issues?
I've never experienced in my career since then what I did then. There was a compulsion to create this narrative that I could not overcome. That nothing outside of me could overcome it. I mean, if I say this in all sincerity, if somebody had told me that if you write this book, you will be shot by the government, I would have written it anyway. And so there was that compulsion that was was just driving me. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Well, the best reason to write a book is because you can't figure out anything better to do. So I think that's a...
yeah. No, I had something better to do. I was actually a newspaper man for 10 years. That's one of the reasons it took so long to write, is that I had very little spare time to work on it. By a certain irony, I got shot in another war in Lebanon, and it put me in the hospital or on crutches for something like 9 months. And that's when I truly had nothing better to do except write the book.
Did you have any inkling that the book actually might sell?
No. I was quite certain it would just... I think I got an advance of $6,000 for the book, and I remember telling my wife that I said, you know, I think it might earn the advance out, and we could maybe take a nice holiday somewhere. And I had no idea it was going to have the impact or the effect that it did and still does.
437 holidays later?
Yeah, right.
And you know, the title of the book, that was inspired.
Oh.
So I don't know who came up with that, but I just think it works beautifully for the book. So maybe that has something to do with it.
Well, it could be. Yeah. Actually, who came up with that was Matthew. I got that quote from the verse in the Gospel of Matthew.
It works.
Okay. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Bob, you have built a career on writing a great deal about the Vietnam War in various ways, and I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about why.
Well, this is going to be a strange story for those of you who don't know me very well, and for those of you who do know me, you've heard this repeatedly, so I apologize.
Uh-oh.
I was born to an unwed mother in the Salvation Army in inner city Buffalo, spent some time in foster care, was finally adopted in upstate New York, and shortly after my adoption, my new parents divorced. And a social worker came by our house to see how I was doing. And in a conversation with my new mom, she whispered the word Vietnam. And it was September 1967. And I was in a working class town in upstate New York, so Vietnam was no stranger to me. And in my 7-year-old mind, Vietnam represented a thing that was destroying families. So on the spot, in that moment, I created a story in my head about my father being in Vietnam, and that is why my biological family wasn't whole. And I told that story to myself on walks to and from school, changing some details. My father would return to Vietnam, find my mother. I never knew where she was in these daydreams, and we would be reunited. All adoptees have discovery fantasies, and we all tell stories to fit in. Mine just happened to be a war story. And as time went on and no father showed up, I changed the narrative in my head. And eventually, after April 30th, 1975, that narrative meant that he was dead. And so I led from that moment on with being the son of someone who died in Vietnam. The first time I met many of you in this room, that is what I told you. First time I met Fred, first time I met Frankie, Peter, Hang, Brian. That was the story that I told myself because that was the way I constructed a life that had a history when I had no history of my own. And I had not a shred of evidence. My mother, my adoptive mother, told me years later that that conversation with a social worker never even took place. I think she's wrong about that. So I literally, as a young person, reading the books of many of the people in this room, convinced myself that not only was that my story, but the way to really get connected and have a past and have feet on the ground was to become a historian of that war. And so that's what I did, and that's who I am in one sense. And then 4 years ago, a DNA test brought me to the biological father I never knew and would never meet. And it turned out that he had been with me for much of my life and I had never known it. The first paper I wrote in college was on a photograph he took in Vietnam in February of 1968. He was a Marine Corps sergeant. He was a combat photographer with Alpha 1-1, the first reaction force into Hue during the Tet Offensive. Wrote my first college paper on his photograph. Didn't know he was my father. My first trip to Vietnam in 1989, Charles O'Shaughnessy of the National Archive gave me about 24 photographs because he knew I was going to Hue and I wanted to improve my lectures on Hue. I used these photographs to retrace the steps of that long siege in Hue. They were my father's photographs. I did not know that. For 40 years, I have taught the Vietnam War and especially the Tet Offensive using my father's photographs that I did not know were my father's photographs. So that's what I'm writing now, but it's the 10th book of 9 books on Vietnam, many of them with Peter Osnos, thankfully. And so I kind of feel like I've come full circle, but I have a lot more to say about this war.
It's an amazing revelation, and it reminds us of mysteries of all kinds that we don't anticipate in our lives. But I guess the question, therefore, is how has it affected your work since?
Well, now I have to learn how to write a memoir, so that's affected it. I think, I don't know, I haven't done anything except the memoir since this discovery. I mean, it's affected my personal life in some strange ways. I was all alone. My adoptive sister died, my adoptive mother died, my adoptive father died, and now I have 9 brothers and sisters, 100 first cousins. So, and they know nothing about this war, even though most of them were in the military. So I'm learning more about the war to tell them, and I'm learning more about my father through his photographs and through his letters and through his diaries. My fundamental outlook as a historian hasn't changed, I don't think. When I first wrote the memoir, I did several drafts, and they were just awful. Because I was a historian writing someone else's story, and that's not really what a memoir is. So I think one of the things that's changed is I've learned how to write in that way, and I don't know how that will impact the next book, but we'll have to wait and see.
Well, the good news is everybody in this room is going to buy it.
I hope so.
That's good news there. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the theme of leadership, which comes up in your work for all of you in various ways. And maybe, Phil, I would like to start with you because maybe it was least self-consciously an issue for you in your own writing, I think. The question of leadership. When you were there, when you were in Vietnam, and this was a question that both Bob and Chuck answered in the prior panel, how thoughtful were you about why you were there and the nature of the leadership who were setting the policies that led to your actions? Was that present for you?
No. Every now and then it came up because I was there early in the war, but even early in the war, we who were fighting it were beginning to question about what are we here for, what's going on, and every now and then one of my troopers or a squad leader would say, "Hey, LT, what in the hell are we doing here?" And I would just say, we're Marines, we're here because we've been ordered to be here, period. That was about the best answer I could give. But it's difficult for me to explain it in this kind of atmosphere. When you're in that kind of environment, you are so focused on accomplishing whatever mission you've been assigned, but also be keeping all of your people alive and unwounded. And that's all, and yourself, obviously, that's all you really have time to think about. And to say nothing of the fact that you quite often, maybe you get 2 hours sleep a night, and so you're so tired you can't think about these deep thoughts about why are we here and what's the geopolitical reason to be in Indochina and so forth.
Yeah. When I was writing the book on Vietnam in that time, I had great conversations with Jim Lake, who was in the audience here and who served with Michael O'Donnell in Vietnam as a fellow helicopter pilot, and he told me in great detail how their focus each day was not on the larger political questions. It was staying alive every day. How do we get through tomorrow? What do we have to do in order to get through the day? How do we make sure we take care of each other? And according to Jim, and I'm sure this is true for many who serve, there wasn't time to think about leadership. That wasn't that was on their radar dimension. So what you say, of course, resonates, and that's also what we heard earlier. But stepping back, all of you have reflected on leadership. And Frankie, in your work, have your own thoughts about political leadership developed since the fire in the lake? What are your views about political leadership and the war making, and has that taken new form for you?
Yeah, I think it has. The Pentagon Papers was published just before I finished the book, and that had an enormous impact on me. Those papers, and I actually knew the people who wrote them, and so while some didn't tell me at the time, they described this. And there was a book that Dan Ellsberg wrote with someone else called, what was it called?
Papers on the War, maybe?
No, it was something about irony of I forget. Anyway, I think the central idea was that when you started out with these very small wars, or then, at least in the case of Vietnam, and everybody thought that, it could be kept at that small distance, and it didn't, because the Vietnamese were too good, and so more troops kept going in, and so everybody thought, well, why doesn't someone stop at some point or another, and the cynical but I think real answer was that each president wanted to put off defeat until the next president, and that really sort of horrified me. I have to worry about presidents and war ever since. It doesn't matter who they are.
Yeah. Thank you. So, Fred, this is an unfair question, but I bet you've been asked it 100 times. You're working on JFK, the next volume of your biography, and I've certainly been asked many times what my reflections are as to what would have happened if JFK had not been assassinated, and what would have been his policy in Vietnam.
Yeah, with my students, we do a lot of analysis of counterfactuals, a lot of professional historians, that is to say, what-if questions. A lot of my fellow professional historians say, well, no, we shouldn't be doing that kind of analysis. We have enough difficulty explaining what did happen in history. Let's not waste time with what might have happened. To which I say, no, on the contrary. Counterfactuals help us better understand what did happen. It's not just a parlor game. So in this case, speculating in a careful way, and I do think there are ground rules, a careful way about what a surviving Kennedy, he returns from Dallas alive, what he would have done in Vietnam, not only is, I think, intellectually interesting, helps us understand him, but it also actually helps us better understand what Johnson did do. So I've written a little bit about this, and it's going to come up, as you say, in the second volume. Basically, my view is this, Stan, which is that I don't agree with those who suggest that he had already decided to withdraw when he left, withdraw from Vietnam when he left on that fateful trip to Texas. I just don't think the evidence is there. I know what evidence is being presented. I just don't think it quite shows what these people suggest. I do think that though we can never know, obviously, it's a counterfactual, inherently unanswerable, I do think that, for me, the best argument is that a surviving Kennedy does not Americanize the war, does not opt for a large-scale escalation. His doubts about the war went back, and I cover this in volume 1 of my biography, and it's also in Embers of War, actually. His doubts go back to 1951. He visits with his brother Bobby during the French War, and both of them, but in particular Jack, remarkably prescient about what's going on for the French and what's likely to happen for any Western power that might seek to defeat Ho Chi Minh's revolution. I don't think that those doubts ever go away. So for the next 12 years, until his death, I think John F. Kennedy is of the view that any large-scale military intervention is likely to fail. So there's a paradox, because if I'm right about that, how do we explain the sizable escalation that occurs on Kennedy's watch? And that's something that I'm grappling with now in the second volume of the book. I think, as I suggested earlier, it has something to do with, a lot to do with his perceived domestic political imperatives. And I hope that maybe some measures of the type that we're now implementing will succeed, will stabilize the South Vietnamese government, and will allow this thing to take maybe a course a little bit similar to what happened in Korea, where South Korea is stabilized, we can say that we succeeded, and then, as Frankie just said, maybe I can hand this off to the next person. So that's my best guess on that counterfactual. I'll say one other thing about this, because it speaks to the point about leadership, Dan. You know, I just think that, I think Peter pointed this out in the first session. Vietnam changed how Americans view leaders and leadership and how they view government, because they realized, as Peter pointed out, that the government was lying to them. And I think it made people cynical. And I'm not going to suggest that all of the problems that plague our society today have their roots in the Vietnam era. But on this point, I think Peter is exactly correct. That Americans became cynical about government, and cynicism is corrosive, because cynicism it stops you from believing in change. It stops you from believing in what government can do. I mean, think about this. You do not build the interstate highway system. You do not build hundreds of public universities and colleges. You don't send a man to the moon if you don't believe what government can accomplish. And of course, the US government did that, ironically, during the Vietnam era. And so I'm concerned that this leadership, that Americans have learned something through the Vietnam experience that we're still needing to grapple with.
Would you say, please, Frankie.
I just wanted to respond to this a little bit, that if you consider Vietnam as stable in the midst of its war, it wasn't. Diem had just been overthrown.
Absolutely right.
The generals had just taken over.
Yeah.
Things started happening in Vietnam that were quite different, quite new. And it really looked at a certain point, and perhaps Kennedy foresaw this better than we could, that the whole thing was coming apart at the seams, because none of the generals were any good as leaders. If that happens, you have very stark choices very soon. You either have to withdraw and let the South Vietnam go into chaos, or else you put in more troops. Problem.
Yeah, thank you. Bob, you have made studying leadership a major part of your scholarly work over the last generation. Can you talk a little bit about the nature of that work, and perhaps about your work on McNamara and then Kissinger, both very important examples of leadership failure in this context?
Well, I think one of the things that struck me when I was working on a book with Bob McNamara for Peter, and Brian Vandermark had the same experience, I'm sure, when he was working with Bob in retrospect, was just how divided, especially the Johnson administration, really was. I'll just tell one point on this. You know, Bob McNamara, by the summer of 1967, was convinced that the war was going to have to end in through negotiations. In July of 1967, he and Nick Katzenbach went to Saigon for 2 weeks, and they came back, and McNamara was convinced that he had to do something public to show that there was no military end to this, and he appeared before the Stennis Committee the next month, and Strom Thurmond called him a communist sympathizer because he wouldn't approve new target lists. And that was the beginning of Bob's deeper commitment to this idea that it was going to have to be negotiations. And so in a National Security Council meeting, it came up that there was a peace initiative that had been sitting on Dean Rusk's Secretary of State's desk for a long time. And Bob thought it had some legs, and so he asked Johnson for permission to do it. And it did. It was called Pennsylvania. It didn't go anywhere for a variety of reasons, but it did have some legs for a short period of time. But why on earth is the government organized so the Secretary of State has washed his hands completely of any diplomatic initiatives, and the Secretary of Defense is picking up what could be, the 172nd secret peace contact? I just think that's partly due to the leadership. I remember Chet Cooper telling a story when we were gathered in Hanoi that in one NSC meeting, they went around the table, and Chet strongly disagreed with President Johnson on a point, and he was going to say, "No, Mr. President, that's not right. Even if I have to resign, I'm going to do that." And they went around the table, and everybody said yes, yes, yes. And Chet, who had had more experience really in Vietnam than anybody else at the table, and he pursed his lips to say no, and out came yes. Because Johnson wanted a yes, and that's the way.
It's groupthink.
As Fred and Frankie and others and Brian and others have written. I mean, that was what was expected. So if you have that as the management ethos, I don't think you're going to get good decisions. And I think Kissinger is much the same way, except he had.
Can we hold on Kissinger just 1 second?
Sure.
Staying with this with McNamara. One of the great advantages we all have now is if you want to know what they were talking about, we can listen to the tapes and hear what they were talking about. And there's a powerful, it's clear that Johnson was not interested in hearing points of view that might differ from his own. And you can see it hear it in McNamara's voice. And the question is, how did he reconcile that at the time? He worked with Peter and produced In Retrospect, which was a very brave and important publication, which in some ways changed everything about how we understand what government officials think. But prior to that moment, he was on the ground acquiescing to these demands from Johnson. Did you talk to him about that and have a sense of how he lived with that?
Like Brian, that's all we talked about for a decade. I mean, I think part of it is I think he really thought that he could control rasher impulses better from the inside than the outside. So if you did a Venn diagram of the kind of like the troop request that Westmoreland was making that McNamara was having. I mean, I think he thinks that was the way that he was trying to manage this crisis. I think in retrospect, to borrow a title, he thinks that management wasn't always as successful because Johnson didn't want it to be successful. I mean, that's why Bundy left government. He just thought he had lost all influence. And I think by the summer of '67, I think Bob was probably there. And you can tell that in the voice on the tapes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Kissinger, I think, is just a completely different animal altogether, because I think a lot of what Kissinger was about was helping Nixon with this radical bureaucratic revolution in foreign policy that they both agreed on. They needed each other. They didn't always like each other, but they needed each other to centralize foreign policy making in the White House. I mean, when Nixon was giving the inaugural address, Kissinger was actually sending out memos to the national security bureaucracy telling them everything's changed. All decisions now are going to go through the basement of the White House. And the old country file system is done. And so I think that had, that radical revolution, bureaucratic revolution, had an awful lot to do with the way that Nixon and Kissinger saw foreign policy, and it changed the way that they governed.
Yeah, thank you. The purpose today is to reflect, as it were, in retrospect on what we've learned about this war. So I want to ask each of the four of you who have thought very carefully about this war and written about it in profound ways, if you could identify what you think the most important lesson or two we should carry with us now from this war, what would those be? Maybe start with Fred?
I would say a couple things, I guess, in response to that question. One, I think, important takeaway for me is that all wars are won politically, if they're going to be won at all. And that was something that I think the United States and the French before them, I haven't talked about the French today, but in Embers of War, I looked very closely at the French war. And French civilian leaders and French generals, at least again behind closed doors, came to realize that this thing, in political terms, was just going to be a loser for them. And Pierre Mendès France, when he comes in, has the courage to act on that basis. So one conclusion, Dan, would be that you have to win wars politically. And I think in later US interventions, this again applies. I think a second lesson maybe that I take away from this is that counterinsurgency is a very difficult proposition. It's going to take a long time, and even though the emphasis in counterinsurgency is to some extent on winning hearts and minds, as the phrase goes, great violence will almost invariably be used. And this is something that I think, again, American commanders and civilian leaders, I think, came to see during the long war in Vietnam, and yet maybe didn't adequately understand in terms of later implications. And then I guess the final thing I'll say on this is, and if I may, I'll bring it back to Kennedy, since he's much on my mind these days. Jack Kennedy was really interested in, from his college days at Harvard right through to the end of his life, in the problems of democratic leadership and the challenges of democratic leadership. And let's remember, he's at Harvard in the late 30s, a pretty tense time in global affairs. And so I think from then on, he's interested in this question of how, as a leader, if your parochial constituents are wanting you to go in one direction, and you think what's best for the country is to go in this direction, how do you reconcile this? Because you want to win re-election if you're a successful politician, but your sense is that maybe these constituents or these interest groups are wanting you to do something that you don't think is in the nation's interest. I think that's an eternal challenge for us and for our leaders. And I think Kennedy didn't get that always correct, but it was something that interested him. And I deal with this in volume 1 of the biography, and it's going to be a theme also in volume 2. And so I guess the final takeaway there, Dan, is that we have to hope that our leaders will have, as he would put it, political courage to make careful distinctions, certainly take into consideration what their constituents want. This is an elected person we're talking about, but also act on the basis of his or her own sense, honest sense of the situation.
Yeah. And Bob Carey talked about that in a different way in the last panel, where when there's a lack of alignment between what you think the right thing to do is and what the public might be interested in or how prepared they are. And I think we all face in this environment today the odd irony that never in the history of the world have people had more access to information than they do now. And all that has happened is we have curated our own insular ways of understanding the world, so we're more limited than we were before.
Yeah.
But thank you. So, Frankie.
Well, a couple of things. One is that I think what we've been doing ever since the, all through the Cold War, really, when we fought hot wars, are wars of decolonization. And that we kept thinking that we were anti-communist all the time, but really it had to do with internal disputes over decolonization. And if we realized that, we would have done better. So I think, to take that lesson further along, we have to understand in what sort of geopolitical context we're talking about. And if we're wrong, we're really wrong, because it's not going to work out for us. And I think that part of that is understanding countries that we get involved with one way or another. I don't think you can, prop up dictators forever. But it's very difficult because, in some countries the alternative is chaos. I think that's a very hard problem to solve, even if you're just looking at the foreign policy implications and forget the
Yeah.
other one.
Yeah. Thank you. Phil?
Well, to be succinct about it, I think the lesson of the Vietnam War is that we should never again become directly involved in a civil war in Southeast Asia.
It's a good lesson.
I'm not being facetious about that. I think it was a very. I don't think that experience over there really translates too much. Maybe it did a little bit in Iraq and Afghanistan, but not much.
Yeah. Well, by implication, Southeast Asia is far away. The degree to which our policymakers and leaders understood very little about what was happening on the ground is just stunning. Yet they were willing to commit the resources and the people to a war they didn't fully understand. That's a lesson we've all learned. Bob?
I think war happens to real people in real time. And in a democracy, that should demand a full and frank discussion about whether you're going to put people in uniform in harm's way. We have two people here that engaged in that full and frank discussion, but it doesn't usually happen, and that's a failure of democracy.
Well said. Thank you. Well, we come to the end of this panel, and we have a break ahead now, and we will reconvene at 11:30 sharp. Thank you. Thanks so much to all of you.
Thanks, Dean.
Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in a few minutes. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The show will begin in 1 minute. We're on schedule here. It is now 1 minute and 59 seconds. Anyway, I guess we're getting organized, and when it'll cut 58 minutes. All right, so this next panel is a little different from the first two in the sense that you had a military panel, you had a writers panel, and this is what I would call a disparate panel. Each of these folks represents something quite different, but the theme that brings it all together is post-war Vietnam. In all the different ways it has evolved. And rather than go through the tedious nature of long introductions, Keith, Washington Post, brilliant foreign correspondent, man about town, currently runs the journalism program at the University of Hong Kong, which is worth its own panel, right? Yes. And Hong is a professor of distinction at Columbia, and I can tell you, having been to one of her events just the other day, it was completely fascinating for reasons that I think we'll get into, which is, what is the nature of today's Vietnam? And Ambassador Burkhart was not an ambassador when I first met him. He was a junior Foreign Service officer who, unlike the rest of his people, actually talked to a reporter. which is, it may have been the reason it took him so long to get to be an ambassador. But that's the nature of these three folks. And what really I want to do, I want to start with you, Hang. So yesterday, Susan and I were in Atlanta, and we went to this great big food mall, which is now a big hot thing everywhere. It has these multiple, and the biggest and most successful one in the place was a Vietnamese one. She had 3 booths. She left in '79. Her family just had to go, and they got a boat and they came in. And I said, so how do the 2 million Vietnamese, or as many of them as we could guess, feel about Vietnam today? And she said, you know, over the last 10 years, we've become very proud. Proud of our Vietnam, which I think is an irony of great consequence, given what we went through. So talk about the Vietnam of today first, and then the Vietnam of the Vietnamese Americans who have now been here 50 years. Big questions, and you have 10 seconds.
Big question, great question. I wanted to change the panel a little bit to say Vietnam and Vietnamese after 1975.
That's what.
And I think that might tie some of the points I want to make in about sort of where the Vietnamese are today and Vietnamese Americans or global Vietnamese. And, you know, over the past close to now 50 years, particularly as we get to 2025, one of the things I was going to say about legacies is that, you know, that war that ended only on April 30th, '75, really did it in many ways, and that it continued for the Vietnamese. So Viet Thanh Nguyen, of course, has that great quote that even after, you know, the last American leaves, the war doesn't end. And that's particularly true for the Vietnamese in Vietnam, as well as the Vietnamese who left in the diaspora. And it felt like for many of us in country, and then also abroad, that this was our forever war. And in many ways, the Vietnamese Civil War continued in Vietnam, as well as in the United States of America in particular, where the largest diasporic group of Vietnamese live. And I can only say, and, you know, to the second part of your question, that what I'm hoping to see today is that reconciliation really needs to happen with regards to Vietnamese in Vietnam and Vietnamese in the diaspora. I think that is the you know, the area that can get the most, basically needs the most work done. Not so much U.S.-Vietnam reconciliation, not state-to-state relations, not between you know, American veterans and veterans of Vietnamese descent, but really between the Vietnamese. And I'm starting to see that. So I will hopefully come back and say it's no longer the forever war, and that it's changing. And here we were joking around that we want to be the Bob Kerrey of the panel, and I'm going to be the Bob Kerrey here and say that, you know, there's one institution that's really promoting that, and that's Fulbright University Vietnam. And so I think through what is basically, I think, the best face of U.S.-Vietnam reconciliation, this university, it's also, for me, I see it as a vehicle to allow Vietnamese in Vietnam and Vietnamese in the diaspora to really promote reconciliation amongst ourselves.
Okay, Ray, you were there in the '70s as a young Foreign Service officer, and then you came back as the American ambassador in a post-war Vietnam. So when you were there as a junior political officer, could you have imagined what you would find when you came back as ambassador? Span those two experiences for us.
When we were there, I began my time in Vietnam in the '70s. I was there from 1970 to '73. I spent 7 months with a U.S. advisory team in one of the provinces, mainly dealing with ethnic Vietnamese who had fled from Long Nol's pogrom against Vietnamese in Cambodia. And then 2 years in the embassy. And we had a small group of 7 young guys, all men, all mostly in our 20s, who spoke Vietnamese. And we were out there dealing with Vietnamese every day. The civil society, in my case, religious groups, veterans groups, a lot of angry student groups. And
we sometimes felt we were like the only Americans who were doing that there every day. And what we came up with was a sense that, yes, there was a real civil war. There were large parts of the population, particularly the Catholics that I was dealing with, the Hua religious group down in the Delta, others. They really were very anti-communist. They really did not want the government to fall. The other thing we came to understand was that this was probably not going to turn out well. This was, as Frankie Fitzgerald put it very well, I mean, this was a government of one lousy general after another. And it was completely top-down rule. There was no popular support for this government, absolutely none. And you know, even at 25 years old or whatever we were able to figure out that probably was not going to turn out well. Whereas the people on the other side had real dedication to their fight. But one thing, you know, when I came back to Vietnam, I mean,
what year was it, right, when you came back?
I actually made a brief trip to Vietnam in March '82 just to begin the negotiations on the issue of MIAs in the Reagan administration. I went with Rich Armitage, who was then just a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. I was a sort of middle-level guy in the State Department, just the two of us. It only took 13 years from then to finally get normalization, but we took the first step. Then I really went back at the end of 2001 as ambassador. And was there for 3 years, and I've been back many times since then, most recently last October. You know, I think the greatest constant really was that it was obvious to anyone who worked with Vietnamese in any period in the last 50 years or maybe longer that these were very entrepreneurial people. These were hardworking people, entrepreneurial people. They also had, as my Chinese friends always point out, these are fellow Confucians, you know. These are people who respect education, who respect the values that their parents have given them. And as a result, they're very successful people. And as a result, we Chinese want to, and I'm talking about my Taiwanese friends, we want to invest there, and it's, you know, we've done well. So that entrepreneurial spirit was still there, and and the sense of humor that has also kept Vietnamese going.
Humor or irony?
Both. Both, yeah. In fact, some Vietnamese like to say, you know, actually we are a lot like Chinese culture and everything, but we're Chinese with a sense of humor, you know. So it's a very Vietnamese sort of joke, you know. And it's true, though, it's true. With no disrespect for my Chinese friends. And so those were constants. And so I was not surprised that Vietnam was taking off. Even in 2001, you could see it taking off. I was not at all surprised. It was also interesting to see that the South was taking off economically a bit better than the North. You know, if there was any legacy that came from the horrible experience of the French and then American rule in the South for all those years, it was that they did develop a sense of how to operate a private sector. And it's one of the reasons why it continued today, like, you know, when Intel was trying to decide where to go when they made their critical investment that turned around the nature of American investment in Vietnam in 2003, 2004, they said we have to go to the South. You know, that's where the skills are. That's where also it's the best port. The government wanted them to go to the North, but they prevailed. No, it was wonderful to see what had become, but it was not a total surprise.
So you anticipated that the war, the American war, would end as it did?
Yeah.
And when you came back, you were not altogether surprised that the country had started to become what it has become.
Correct. That's a good summary.
When I was at your event the other day, which was a discussion between a group of Vietnamese, I guess they're all officials, aren't they, and American scholars, and the consensus seemed to be on the American side that it was the decision to enable the internet that made such a profound difference in Vietnam. That 60 million Vietnamese are on Facebook. That's an astonishing fact. What is it, do you think, aside from the entrepreneurial spirit and the sense of humor, what was it that has given modern Vietnam its character in the way that it has it?
I wish I could take ownership of that quote about the most important event is the deregulation of the internet and Facebook, but that belongs to that man over there in the audience. We should probably pull him up a chair here, and that's Mr. Tommy Vallely, who is really, the founder of Fulbright University, Vietnam.
Tom Vallely is the chair of the Fulbright?
Chairman of the board of trustees.
Chairman of the board of the Fulbright, yes.
And so, I definitely agree with that. I think Vietnam, in certain ways, goes a different way of China. I don't know if that will continue in the future, as Vietnam may continue to, could clamp down. But that was a huge decision that did change the face of the way Vietnam is developing, and going to our great event that we had with this committee that is going to inform the next party leaders regarding the Party Congress about capitalist development and what road Vietnam should take. I thought it was amazing. It was amazing for me as someone whose parents were actually from South Vietnam, and father fought in the Republic of Vietnam. And one of the things that struck me when I told them, I'm like, they're going to come to Columbia. They're going to have this meeting with I called them practitioners, our capitalist in country, to academics who study capitalist development in the 20th century and the 21st century. And one of the things he said to me, and I thought this was quite striking, is the fact that they came to you to set up this meeting and to bring about the academics, the practitioners, really means a lot to him. Now, he was from the north, from Hai Dung, and left in 1954 at the partition, following the Geneva Conference, and then, of course, we fled again in 1975. He kept drawing this line for me each time I would go back, because I'm a historian of North Vietnam, of party politics during the war era. And he kept saying, and I was meeting more and more Vietnamese government officials. I met the former president, the former prime minister, and we would always say, this is fine, but just don't meet the general secretary of the Communist Party. And then after this meeting we had, that Peter, thank you so much for attending and making great points, he said, you know what, it's over. Vietnam is, the government really knows how to lead, the people in the 21st century to develop the economy. Who are we to say the losers in the United States of America, the Vietnamese of the former Republic of Vietnam? How do we know we would run the country any better? Now, I'm not saying that Vietnam and the current government won't encounter problems or won't make the wrong decisions in this process, but I loved hearing those words from my father, because for me, what that meant too was that Vietnamese living, particularly in America, that we can now not see our future in this country, with that shadow cast by the history of that war. So that, I know we'll get around, and there's so many people here who are much more of an expert than me on Vietnam's road to development, what will happen to Vietnam in the 21st century. But one of the things I always take away, and as I teach my students at Columbia, is Vietnam and the Vietnamese suffered the most in the global Cold War. We suffered, as Frankie said, because the global Cold War really became about decolonization in the third world, and it was not about this East-West rivalry. In many places, it was much more about the Sino-Soviet split. But the Vietnamese suffered the most, in my opinion, but we cannot let that happen in the 21st century. And so in many ways, Vietnam has this, is in this great position to oversee and potentially, hopefully, kind of point the world towards peace, particularly in this rise in tensions between the United States and China. And that's markedly different from where Vietnam and the Vietnamese stood in 1945.
Keith, you've got a double-barreled responsibility today. Partly you were the Southeast Asia correspondent of the Washington Post, based in Thailand, as I recall.
Based in the Philippines.
Philippines,
actually.
even worse. So you would go back and forth into Vietnam. I want you to talk a little bit about what it was as a reporter post-war, You were not one of the generation that covered the war. You were the generation that came after it. So then I'm going to come back and ask you to carry the responsibility of an African American, because Vietnam was in a sense the first fully integrated war, and a great deal of the modern American culture, Black African American culture, comes out of that war. And you studied it, although you did not live it. And I'd like you to talk a little bit. First, what's it like being a reporter going back to a country that we lost the war against? Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. And to put it into some perspective, I was born in 1958. So 1968, I was 10 years old. I became a reporter because I became a journalist. I wanted to be a journalist from a very young age because of two things: Watergate and Vietnam. I wanted to become a reporter because of Watergate, and I wanted to become a foreign correspondent because I remember watching on television the Vietnam War. You know, I remember watching these dramatic reports about the Tet Offensive with my parents, on, you know, Walter Cronkite, you know, up there, and I said, wow, I want to do that. And then they would switch, and the next segment would always be from Paris, the Paris peace talks. And there would be Peter Jennings in his trench coat. I said, well, I want to go to Paris too. So, ultimately, I got my wish because I got to go to Southeast Asia. Then I went to Paris as a correspondent. So that was how I went there. But I kind of went there like a lot of reporters. So my first trip to Vietnam was probably 1988 or so. And this was just after Linh Van Nguyen announced the Doi Moi, the opening and reform, which was kind of the Vietnamese version of Glasnost and Perestroika. I went there with really for the wrong thing. I went there to cover the war. I went there to cover the aftermath of the war, not to cover what was happening in Vietnam right away. I wanted to go see these places I had seen as a kid. I wanted to see Hue. I wanted to see where were the tunnels? Where was the Ho Chi Minh Trail? All of these battles I had known about as a kid. I wanted to go write stories about that. Dien Bien Phu. So I did go and do all of these things. I went to Hue. I went to Khe Sanh. I went to the DMZ and all this stuff. So I was writing about war stories, but the Vietnamese were interested in saying, you know, that's past, that's over. You know, write about where we are now. Right. That's what I thought was most interesting about it. And there was among other things, there was absolutely no hostility towards an American reporter there. They kind of indulged me. It's, it's saying, oh yeah, we'll take you to see the Ho Chi Minh Trail. We'll take you to see this. But why do you care about all that? That was all the past. We don't care about that anymore. And one of the things I found in that period, this was late 80s, early 90s, was they were desperate for normalization with the U.S. They really were desperate for the normalization, and they couldn't understand. We had a trade embargo on. And so it was, in the late 80s, it was still desperately poor. They didn't want to be reliant on the Russians. There was a statue, there still is, I think, of Lenin off of Dien Bien Phu Street in Hanoi. And the Vietnamese used to joke, he's standing there with one hand in his pocket and pointing, and the Vietnamese say, yeah, his hand is in his pocket because the Russians are so cheap. I'm not making this up. This is what the Vietnamese would say. Yes. The Russians are so cheap. How come the Americans aren't here? We should be, the Americans should be here. And so, over my time, many trips going in and out, I started to say, they're kind of right. Why do we have a trade embargo on Vietnam? Why aren't we here, doing business? These are really interesting, entrepreneurial, industrious people, but we have a trade embargo on. Getting into Vietnam in those days was very difficult. You had to send in a telex until they got fax machines. And you had to send in a fax machine, you had to say where you wanted to go, and then, and then sometimes they would fax you back or telex you back, and it took months to actually organize one of these trips. Parenthetically, I was based in the Philippines at the time. That actually was one of the easiest places to get in and out of, because the Philippines recognized Vietnam, and they opened direct flights on Philippine Airlines and Vietnam Airlines going from Manila to Ho Chi Minh City. Other than that, you had to do this kind of trek through Bangkok, and you always had to go to Hanoi. But because I was in the Philippines, they allowed me to fly directly to Ho Chi Minh City, which was terrific. And over time, I got to actually realize that this is not a place that we should be enemies with. And I'll tell you one other story. Once I was I also had to I was based in Hong Kong in the 90s. I had to get into China for some emergency thing, but I was actually in Vietnam doing some stories. So I thought I'd take the train over the border, and they had just reopened the border. And so I was one of the first foreigners they actually allowed on this train to go up through from Hanoi up through the north, and you end up in southern China there. And I saw the absolute devastation that the Chinese had wreaked, during that small border war. It was just, these villages were literally just wiped out. And this was years later, and nothing had been rebuilt there. It was just horrific. And Vietnamese were telling me, we hate the Chinese more than we ever hated the Americans, so why aren't you here? So that was kind of what I was hearing. Yeah, you're laughing. It's true, right?
Absolutely true. Absolutely.
So what I've just heard in this is that, interestingly, that the Vietnamese, to you, said the war is over, come back. The Vietnamese in this country were still struggling with the war. And you, Ray, said the Vietnam that you encountered when you came back as ambassador was not a surprise because you were watching the Vietnamese as the war went on with a certain degree of expectation for what would come of them. So we have this extraordinary thing where in Vietnam itself, war is over, dust off, move on, right? The Vietnamese who left, who came here, found it more difficult to do that. And God knows, or Lord knows, the Americans have wrestled with it, which is, again, one of the major themes of this entire day, is the reckoning that we've gone through for so long since the end of the war. Keith, I want to take you to the second part, because I think we all know that race issues, the original sin in American society, and you, of course, were not there and are not of that generation. But when you look at what the role of the black GI was and how it's evolved into American culture, music, language, society's interest in black culture, I think it actually started to a very large extent in Vietnam. What's your sense of it as someone who is not of that generation, but has benefited, I suppose, or been part of the generation that came after?
Yeah, not of that generation, but I have older cousins who went to Vietnam. In fact, they came back and one of them gave me his army jacket, so I thought it was kind of cool walking around the neighborhood wearing this, army jacket, even though I was too young to have gone to Vietnam. But Vietnam was kind of I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, by the way. Vietnam was ever present. One of the earlier guests, Fred, was talking about being in Canada and how you always look to the U.S. When you're in Detroit, you always look to Canada, because my parents basically said, oh boy, if you get drafted, are you going to go to Canada, or are you going to try to join the National Guard? What are you going to do? Because Windsor was just literally 10 minutes over the bridge from Detroit, Michigan. So it was ever present in my neighborhood, because young black kids were getting drafted and sent off to Vietnam. But it's interesting because the civil rights movement and the Vietnam War were kind of intertwined. There were two black GIs who had come back to Detroit from Vietnam, and they were partying in this after-hours place they called the Blind Pig, and the police decided to raid it. And that kind of crystallized for a lot of people who then were rioting in Detroit, this idea that they were fighting for liberty in Vietnam, and they come back and they're being harassed by police back at home. And so this kind of sentiment kind of went along for a long time. You get it in 1968, you had the Tet Offensive, and then you had the assassination of Martin Luther King. So you had people protesting on military bases in Vietnam against the King assassination. They had the order, no protest would be allowed. But it was, that kind of crystallized this sentiment. And even you mentioned music, even the black music coming along at the time, it was right around, it was 1968, right after the assassination of King, the Tet Offensive, that James Brown started to sing, "Say It Aloud, I'm Black and I'm Proud," right? The next year, John Lee Hooker started, his famous song came out, "I Don't Want to Go to Vietnam." And the line in there is, "I don't want to go to Vietnam because I got enough trouble here at home." And so and you started to see this, a couple of years later, Marvin Gaye was singing "What's Going On," war is not the answer. So again, you started to see this kind of anti-war sentiment taking hold in the United States and in my neighborhood. Just at the same time, you started to see the public opposition, because of the Tet Offensive, growing against the war at home. But you talked also the cultural influences going on. Because of the riots of '67 in Detroit and in '68, most other places, the military actually started to change. The military was integrated in the sense that there were a lot of black soldiers working alongside white soldiers. You can't look at a Pulitzer Prize-winning photo of soldiers in Vietnam without seeing black faces in there. But until then, '68, '69, If you went into the PXs, the military bases, most of the products, most of the magazines were not. They didn't have Jet magazine or Ebony magazine in there. They started to suddenly stock those. They started to stock black hair products for the black GIs. Armed Forces radio and television used to play mainly country music. All of a sudden, they started playing more R&B and soul music and all that, recognizing that you had 300,000 black soldiers in Vietnam. Many of them in combat units, like 30% of the combat units were black, far higher than the percentage of the population. And you had black soldiers and white soldiers suddenly working together on things and doing things. What's the old saying? There's no color in the foxhole, right? And so I do think that the Vietnam War helped integrate America, because you had black soldiers and white soldiers coming back who had worked together, who had saved each other's lives, et cetera. So I do think the integration, which really didn't start happening until after 68, really 69, that had a huge impact coming back here. And the Vietnamese, I should say, tried to exploit that as the situation back home as well. The propaganda broadcasts out of Hanoi were constantly saying, "Hey, soul brother, why are you fighting here when your people are being killed back home?" And I do think that had an impact.
Right. Hang on, I just want to. So there were a lot of GIs who left behind children. Many of whom were black. What was the Vietnamese attitude towards the children of black parents and Vietnamese, I guess, mothers?
Yes. I'll answer that question and then tie it into something that you had said earlier about how the Vietnamese in Vietnam have either let go or their wounds of war have healed quicker. And I would actually disagree with that, with myself of just saying that. But in short, the children left behind after the war in 1975 were called, they were called dust children. They were lower than the dirt that you walk on. So they were a painful reminder of a war, of a devastating war. And so it wasn't until the 1980s that you had the Amerasian Homecoming Act, first in 82 and then in 87, that allowed for these children to come to the United States. 87 was when it allowed the parents, mothers as well, to come. But that gets to a bigger issue, which, one of the things that, one of the lessons or legacies that I understand of that war is that it actually flips, who won and who lost. And here again, I'll talk about it from the prism of the Vietnamese. In many ways, of course, the country was reunified under the Communist Party in 1976. And so in that way, of course, the North Vietnamese were the victors. But if you look at, sort of voting with your feet, in many ways, another one of these themes that comes out of post-1975 Vietnamese history is basically Vietnamese people moving. And in that, the four waves that came after 1975, I think is testament to actually, that says something else about the victors. Why was there all of this, why was there this mass exodus from Vietnam, not only in 1975, but then again in 1979, and then pretty much through the 80s and 90s, speaks to a different kind of record. Another sort of example of, sort of the Vietnamese in Vietnam being unable to really get past that war, and understandably so. Again, Vietnamese suffered disproportionately. 3.3 million Vietnamese died from 65 to 75. But you had what were called re-education camps. And while there were about 100 to 200,000 South Vietnamese officials and in the military who remained in Vietnam after 1975, more than 1 million would pass through the doors of those re-education camps until they closed down late into the 1980s, early 1990s. So that says something about the inability to move past that war. And then again, if you look at how well Vietnamese are doing in America, again, war wounds, they don't heal very well. But where are the Vietnamese up until more recently, in comparison to their Vietnamese brethren in country? Are very different. Again, we have to question victors and losers. And then I guess I just lost my thread. Oh, the final thing I'll say, and this gets to generational change. I think one of the big changes, and I get this answers your question about, sort of the change taking place in Vietnam is demographic. I think the more that you have Vietnamese after 1975 who don't have the same kind of baggage about that war, when they get into positions of power, then we will actually see real change, and we'll see reconciliation between the Vietnamese. But just like in the United States of America, right now the most powerful man in Vietnam, Nguyen Phu Trong, who should not be in office because they do have a law that says, older than 65, you have to retire. He's in his 80s. And while I don't think he will be General Secretary for President for perpetuity like Xi Jinping, you have a lot of young Vietnamese asking, what is going on? When is it our time? And in many ways, I think the sea change that I hope to see happen can only happen when you have these post-war generations really have a say in policy making, have a say in the way the country's run. And I have to point out another group, in addition to Fulbright University Vietnam, but the U.S. Institute for Peace, that Andrew Wells Dang is here, really promotes conversation between the Vietnamese, and then next to him, Aaron Steinhauer with Vietnam Society, is really trying to sort of adopt this sort of global Vietnamese posture. And I think in this way, this is how you can have real reconciliation.
Just, one of the more interesting things I saw in recent years when I was going back was how many Viet Q who were born in the States, or because their parents left in '75, but they decided they could make their money back in Vietnam, and they were going back there doing investment banking instead of doing internet startups because they had the language, but they had U.S. University degrees.
Mm-hmm. That is
just to reinforce that, in 2001. Before I went out as ambassador to Vietnam, I met with a group of Vietnamese expatriates in Arlington, outside anyway. And it was a little tense. There were people who got up and said, "We know you, we respect you, we think you're going to do a better job than that guy who just left, but we don't think there should be an American ambassador in Vietnam." And there was a certain amount of real hostility. And then later, when there was some food served afterwards, as there always has to be in a Vietnamese meeting, so very good food. A young guy came up to me and he said, he said, "That was my father who gave you a hard time there." He said, "I'm sorry about that." I said, I understand. I mean, I know all about the re-education camps." He said, "Yeah, he was in a re-education camp. He's still pretty bitter." He said, "But I just want you to know, I go back to Vietnam every year, and I've got a startup business going there."
So in the first two panels, particularly the first one and to a very large extent the second one, we were talking about all the failures of the American policies, strategies, and military activity ultimately between 63, 4, and 73. So the three of you can assess how American policy towards post-war Vietnam has evolved. Because if you look at it from the perspective of 2023, it looks pretty good. So how is it that having screwed up so badly, we somehow found a way to deal with post-war Vietnam in a kind of logical, programmatically successful way? Ray, do you want to start with that?
We rebuilt. I'm not sure we were brilliant enough to think it all out ahead of time, but the way we rebuilt the relationship, first of all, very important that the relations started between non-government groups. Very important. NGOs were very active in Vietnam in the years before normalization. Vietnam Veterans of America Association and their foundation, which Bob Kerry and I were both on the board of for a while until we were kicked off. And then there was there were a lot of artists, American artists, who worked with Vietnamese artists. That had actually a fairly interesting impact. And then finally, bit by bit, the normalization process was also, first we put it, even long before we actually had an embassy, we put an office in Ho Chi Minh City, which dealt with reunifying divided families. And we had American officials in that office. Then we put an office in Hanoi, which was to search for the remains of American soldiers, of MIAs. And those were there before we took the first step toward normalization, toward more serious normalization, which was January 1995, when we put a sort of an interest section, a kind of not really totally official embassy in Hanoi, followed then by the embassy in July.
Was the first ambassador an ex-POW? Am I right about that?
What's that?
The first ambassassor was an ex-POW.
Yeah, the first ambassador was an ex-POW. I was the second ambassador to a reunified Vietnam. But then from then on, there were these layers of normalization. And the first layer was dealing with the legacy issues, which was reunifying families, searching for remains, clearing up mines and unexploded ordnance, which a lot of private organizations like the VBAF were involved in, and many others. And then working from that to the economic relationship. Our bilateral trade relationship was signed the week before I got there in December 2001, Clinton administration. Well, it was negotiated mostly during the Clinton administration, signed by the very beginning of the Bush administration. And then the question was, when I went there, the mission I was given by my bosses in Washington, Colin Powell, others, was Rich Armitage, was there are three things missing. We're not totally normalized yet. We don't have military-to-military relations. We don't have law enforcement cooperation, and we don't have an intelligence liaison relationship in which we're sharing intelligence. And of course, those were all the hardest things to do, because they were the people on both sides who would be most wary of improving relations. But we did it, and it really, the major step came from the Vietnamese. In the summer of 2003, they had a party plenum in which they concluded they didn't like the way the world looked, and that all had to do with China. And they were, when they came to me, they came to my defense attaché, and they said, the triangle is out of balance. The triangle, in their minds, even now, is the US, China, and Vietnam. And they had patched up a lot of things with China, including their land border differences. That was a great accomplishment. But they did not like the increasingly aggressive attitude China was taking in the South China Sea. They did not like the way countries they thought were their clients, like Laos and Cambodia, had now really moved into a Chinese orbit. They didn't trust Thaksin in Thailand. They didn't like the picture. And they wanted to be closer to us. And being Vietnamese, they took a very pragmatic and business-like approach to it. And they said, you know that return visit by our defense minister that you proposed? We want that to happen this year. You know that ship visit you keep requesting? We want that to be right after the defense minister goes. And then they came back the next day and said, oh, we have another item. We want our deputy prime minister to visit the United States and meet with all your leaders about 2 weeks after those other things are finished. And it all happened. Boom, 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 right like that. And it completely, all of that happened in the second half of 2003 set the course for relations from then till now.
So what you're saying, it wasn't the shrewd...
We moved on to the geostrategic relationship.
You're not saying it was our shrewd, carefully thought out foreign policy. It was that the Vietnamese knew what they wanted.
The Vietnamese knew what they wanted.
So
the one thing the Vietnamese, going back to some of the things we were talking about before, was on the one thing I think we maybe could take some credit for was that we did sort of push them to try to reach out to improve relations with the Vietnamese Americans. And we pushed them to, I remember having meetings with Nguyen Thanh Dung when he was the deputy prime minister, soon after he became prime minister. And, you know, maybe you need to sort of send some delegations over there. And then they decided to do it. They actually did it. And then we looked at the delegation list. I said, these are all Northerners, you know. I mean, you need some Southerners on the list. And Zoom said, yeah, okay, good point. And they sent them over. Friends of mine in the States said, maybe you should suggest that they invite Nguyen Cao Ky to visit, you know, and they did. He came.
Nguyen Kha Thi, the former prime minister?
Yeah, he went, he came, but we...
Was he armed?
We suggested it to him, yeah. He came, and of course it wasn't a total success, because then I heard that a lot of the Vietnamese in America said, well, he was a northerner, so what, it didn't prove anything, so, but all these things were, and then there was the whole issue of how they dealt with the ex South Vietnamese military cemetery near Bin Hoa, and that had been kind of not ignored. And we would sometimes suggest, maybe you ought to show some respect there and fix it up, and let people come back and visit it. And they, it was sort of on and off all the time, but they got it. I mean, they were sort of open to ideas about how to bring the South Vietnamese back.
Hang, from your perspective, how did American policy evolve towards Vietnam? Given, let's stipulate the period of the war, how did American policy, remember, having left failure, how did American policy evolve?
One kind of thread I see run through is the sort of the focus too much on China when the United States figures out policy towards Vietnam. And I think you can see that pretty much in the post-75 era all the way to today. And there's a problem with that because, again, if you do say there is a 21st century Cold War going on, it is so much more complicated because the integrated economic systems, not just between the United States and China, but then looking at Southeast Asia. The #1 trading partner for all of these Southeast Asian countries is China. So one of the things that I see for Vietnam, sorry, I'm going to go into tangent, but I will answer your question about U.S. policy, is that the Vietnamese have to figure out Vietnam's policy towards China. Right now what you have is Cambodia, Laos, and Thailand is tilting towards China. Vietnam, Indonesia, others, no, not so much. And in fact, I would say probably the #1 ally to the United States is either Vietnam or Singapore at this point. And so one of the things that I think Vietnam has that even Singapore doesn't have to worry about is how China can muck around in Vietnamese party politics in ways that the way they would do, how they would muck around in Singaporean politics is more disinformation, what they're basically doing in other regions of the world and other countries. But for Vietnam, I think it's much more direct. So while you have potentially on the ground mass protests and demonstrations, anti-Chinese sentiment, what the party has to deal with is much trickier. That's what I would say about Vietnam vis-a-vis China. And in terms of the United States, I think pretty much all the way, when Carter makes the decision to listen to Brzezinski and not Vance and follow a much more sort of pro-Chinese line, anti-Soviet one, again, it wasn't about Vietnam in terms of reconciliation. And then fast forward through the decades, it's still in this sort of, the way that United States sees Vietnam. Sometimes it's about, healing war wounds. It's about our shared past. But when it is not about that, it's about China. And I think that that's going to be very limiting and constraining for the United States as it deals with Vietnam and wants Vietnam to do certain things, wants, the United States to potentially or how Vietnam should step up to China. That can't happen for a whole myriad of reasons. So that would be my one takeaway. I'm going to just say two random things. I live down the street from Riverside Church, which is where Martin Luther King made his, when he ties his civil rights movement and the anti-Vietnam War movement. And when I first decided to be a historian of the Vietnam War, my parents said, you will be beat up by the Vietnamese American community because I decided to focus on Hanoi history and politics and not write a glowing history of the Republic of Vietnam or the South Vietnamese war effort. I never got beat up, but I always feared that. And at some point after my book came out, which is called Hanoi's War, I was both labeled a Maoist, but I was also labeled basically sort of an apologist for Nguyen Kha Thi and others like that. I think it's a good thing when all sides hate you.
Good. Well, that's the. Speaking of all sides hating you, Keith, as a journalist, one of our basic axioms as journalists is to look at situations with precision and skepticism. What do you see as a post-war correspondent in Southeast Asia. What do you see as the role of the United States as a factor? And is it something that when you look on, you say, well, maybe we have gotten some things right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say, that's a good question. You could say we did get some things right. The whole idea behind the Vietnam War was, number one, to prevent this domino from falling, but it was also to give the Southeast Asian countries time to consolidate their political systems and to build up their economies, which did happen. Between the time that we got involved in Vietnam and the time we left, the Asian tigers became economically self-sufficient. Thailand became wealthier. Singapore became one of the wealthiest countries. So you could arguably say that the American involvement there did give time for the Southeast Asian countries. Don't forget, they were battling their own communist insurgencies, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, in Thailand at the time. So, but by the time we left Vietnam, those insurgencies were basically negligible, nothing left going there, and then those countries were economically more solid. But for us, for the Americans, I think this legacy of fear and failure kind of lingered on for many, many years after the Southeast Asians had forgotten about it. I remember covering Somalia. I was based in Nairobi in the early 90s when we went into Somalia. And I remember Smith Hempstone was the ambassador then. And I remember he wrote a piece talking about how this could be another quagmire, another Vietnam. So the fear was always, we don't want another Vietnam whenever we got involved in any military adventure anywhere. But to go back to the geopolitics of it and how the normalization came about, interestingly, I would say, when I, again, go back to the late 80s when I first started going in and out of Vietnam on a regular basis, I remember thinking it's nuts that we not only did we not have relations, we had a trade embargo. We had sanctions. I couldn't use my credit card. I had to go in with wads of cash because there was no other way to pay your hotel.
The Washington Post gave you wads of cash?
Wads of cash at the time, yeah.
Not in my time.
I told you this was the 80s.
Oh.
We still had display ads. But you would go in literally with thousands of dollars in your pocket because you couldn't use a credit card. Now remember, while you're there, you see that the French are there, the Japanese are there, the Korean products are in the marketplace. And I was thinking to myself, this is insane. We don't have relations with this country. Why is that? And don't forget, then you had the invasion of Cambodia. And then for a while, the excuse, and I'll use that term for lack of a better one, for us not normalizing relations was because they had gone in and toppled the Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia,
right,
which was a Chinese-backed regime responsible for 1 million deaths. But because the Vietnamese had toppled them, that was a reason. And we would not normalize relations until they pulled their troops out of Cambodia. And I remember thinking this was so insane that when I left, I took some time off and went to the East-West Center in Hawaii in 1990 and 91. I wrote a piece of cover story on Foreign Affairs magazine basically saying, we need to normalize with Vietnam. This is insane. Let's get the Cambodia thing, which is off the front burner. That should not be the issue holding this up, and let's get going. I'd like to say that is responsible for us normalizing, but it had absolutely no impact whatsoever. But the two things I would say that
very prescient.
The two things besides my foreign affairs piece, which I'd say would have an impact, was number one, you had a new government in Thailand under a prime minister named Chachai Chunawan, and he started Thailand investing and being involved in Vietnam, which to the U.S. was basically just not involved, not interested in this at all, but Thailand basically just started going in and just doing more investment and business. And I remember interviewing this prime minister, and he said, we have to start, you Americans have to start remembering, Vietnam is a country, not a war. That was his famous saying.
Very, very good point.
And the other thing that happened, I would say, would be, besides Bob Kerry, John Kerry and John McCain led that push.
Absolutely.
So you had to have people who had fought and who had recognized credentials be the ones leading that effort.
And they came out with their famous report, which concluded that we had not, in fact, left any people behind who were still being kept as prisoners in Hanoi. That was the big issue. There were
American POWs
whose entire issue was getting back our prisoners who were being held in Hanoi. Yeah. And it was the Kerry McCain report, which actually directly led to the trip that I made with Armitage in '82 after that
Exactly.
came out.
And I mean, the irony of that is that, you know, a lot of Vietnam veterans were the ones who were the first ones going back in there saying, we need to get involved here. People like Chuck Searcy, who's still there. He started there on a landmine clearing project, et cetera. So I think in the U.S., the American, if I may say so, I think the American left was terrified of Vietnam. They didn't want to, you know, they didn't want to go anywhere near it. So it took people who had fought there and had been there and had the credentials to actually say, you know, it's time to move on.
This is what's fascinating about this is because if we all agree that the American Vietnam War was a tragedy, somehow. And one of the reasons it was a tragedy was because our level of ignorance when we went in was so profound. I mean, I've always thought that the real revelation in the Pentagon Papers was how ignorant we were when we went in. We just had no idea. So do you think the subtlety with which we've handled, if you call it that, or the way we've handled the post-war Vietnam is a reflection of what? Our ignorance, so therefore we leave them alone, let them do their own thing. The lessons of failure is another possibility. And you know, the whole notion of just time does heal. Because those of us who see the rest of the world, our relationship with the Russians, our relationship with the Chinese, the relationship in the Middle East, are so fraught.
Yeah.
And here's a war we lost, and yet we've managed somehow to navigate the post-war period in what I think we would all agree is a successful way. How does that split?
I think part of it is we for once we listened. We listened to the Vietnamese. Getting back to a point Hong made about the China angle. The Vietnamese from the beginning, when they told us in 2003 that they now wanted to have a geopolitical relationship with us, and that they thought we had finally woken up to some of the problems that China posed to the region. They said, but you know, we're always going to have to be careful about this. There are things we can't do. You have people saying you want to reopen a Navy base in Cam Bay. You know, that's not going to happen. And as one very wise Vietnamese who's still around, an important Vietnamese, so I won't name him, but he told me, he said, look, there are three things we always say about our relations with China. They're very big. They're right next door. And most important, unfortunately, they're always going to be there. And so no bases, no U.S. bases in Cam Bay. And the Vietnamese are always very careful about managing this relationship, this triangle. So very often you'll see if they're going to have an American official visit, or if one of their officials is going to go to the United States, there'll be a trip to China right around the same time. You know, always done with great finesse and care. And I think we took that on board. We understand that China is always going to be there.
There's a case to be made that our handling of the rise of China has actually been better than perhaps some of our other forays around the world. I just have an interesting question looking at this, the people here today. How many of you have a phone? Now, how many of you, how many of you, the people who chose to come today, had a direct relationship to Vietnam between 65 and 75? Raise your hands. Well, I mean, you either were there, you had a relative who was there, you were drafted.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm just interested because, and let me do it again because I got the lights here, who have a great many of you, but not all. What I'm interested in is the degree to which, when we're talking about Vietnam in the 70s, 50 years after the fact, in the 70s, what were we talking about? The 20s, 50 years after the fact. And what's very interesting and striking to me is how much more on the whole, Vietnam is present in our culture, in the way we see the world, in the lessons we've learned, than you would think after half a century. Is that a, you know, how would you deal with that particular proposition? Hang?
I agree. I see it in teaching my students that, you know, there's Vietnam still resonates, and whether that be because even you know, as baby boomers, we never want to have recede in the background still exert a very, you know, powerful influence over American culture, society, consciousness. Even you know, if that generation steps even further back, there's still something about Vietnam that stays. And that could be because of the memory of the war, even afterwards into the subsequent decades. I think now it's combined with Vietnam's meteoric rise in the region, going from being a regional power to potentially now, you know, in the next few decades, becoming a global power, that more young people will be like, what was that country? What was that? What's that country about? We have the shared history. My great-great-grandparents, you know, had an involvement with that country in some form or other. But I want to be there because, you know, there's this amazing economy and society that I want to be a part of. So I think, you know, it's going to be that kind of combination of factors that you're going to have Vietnam still stay a part of the United States. So I lost my, I keep losing my train of thought today, but the last thing I was going to say is I mark, you know, sort of how much we've done. I was born in '74, so getting close to 50, that, you know, this generation, and when you ask this question in the future, we're not going to have as many people raising.
So we only have a very 1 minute and 52 seconds. Ray.
Yeah.
Ray, what's your answer to that? Why is it that Vietnam is so present in our lives?
It was a great national drama that we went through, and it still fascinates us, and still frustrates us to try to understand it. And I think also the Vietnamese have risen and have created a vital economy and great food, and people know about it. It's gotten the attention of people of many generations in America.
And so that, Keith, what's your
Vietnam lives on in the music we listen to. It lives on, you know, because backpackers are going. I'm amazed now when I'm in Vietnam and there's like American backpackers going around, young people who are saying, well, wait, you mean we fought a war here? Why? And the food is delicious. I've been to that spot where Obama ate with Anthony Bourdain, and, you know, it's become a tourist attraction now. And young people can't believe we actually were fighting in Vietnam.
It is, in a sense, one of the more extraordinary elements of it. We're about to finish the morning. Speaking of food, there is a lunch for everybody, and I want to urge you, if you can, to stay for the afternoon, because the panels in the afternoon are also touching on exactly this point, which is the presence of Vietnam in our current American life and society. But thanks very much. This was really good. Thank you.
Where?
Remember to hydrate.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats so that we can continue with this afternoon's programming, reflecting upon the Vietnam era from the vantage point, which is ours 50 years later. I'm Christopher Bracey, Provost and Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs here at the George Washington University, and it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our third moderator for today, Tom Shanker. Tom is the director of our Project for Media and National Security in the School of Media and Public Affairs, which is part of our Columbian College of Arts and Sciences. Tom was named to his position in June of 2021 after nearly a quarter century with the New York Times, including 13 years as a Pentagon correspondent covering the Department of Defense, overseas combat operations, and national security policy. He most recently served as the deputy Washington editor for The Times, managing coverage of the military, diplomacy, and veterans affairs. Early in the war in Afghanistan, Tom was embedded with Army Special Forces at Kandahar and subsequently conducted dozens of reporting trips to Afghanistan and Iraq. Tom's new book is entitled The Age of Danger: Keeping America Safe in an Era of New Superpowers, New Weapons, and New Threats. It will be published on May 9th. Tom, we look forward to your panel, Beyond the War, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the stage.
Thank you so much for that very generous mention. Thanks all of you for returning after lunch. That's always a moderator's concern. Just one point to be made from the authority of the chair. The provost was kind enough to speak about the Project for Media and National Security that I am honored to direct. We talked all morning about the legacy of Vietnam to today. The Project for Media and National Security was founded just months after the end of the war in Vietnam. by two reporters who were deeply concerned about the horrible state of military-media relations, something that we'll talk about later. And since all those years, the project convenes small group meetings, large group meetings between senior military, national security officials, and the Washington Press Corps to try to reestablish at least some level of trust in an adversarial environment and to help educate the American public about these very important things. So that legacy that we've been talking about lives today here at GW at the School of Media and Public Affairs. So I'm honored to be moderating just a really outstanding panel of distinguished journalists and authors. Elizabeth Becker is former correspondent for the Washington Post, NPR, and the New York Times, where we first met. Among her many books on Vietnam and Cambodia is You Don't Belong Here: How Three Women Rewrote the Story of the War. Next to her is David Marinis. He currently serves as associate editor of the Washington Post. And even though I'm a former Timesman, there's no Macy's Gimbal competition today. We'll be okay. Among his many books is They Marched into Sunlight: War and Peace, Vietnam and America, October 1967. And on the far end is Jim Sturba. He was a war correspondent for the New York Times in Vietnam in 1969 and 1970. His books include Nature Wars, the incredible story of how wildlife comebacks turned backyards into battlegrounds. So thank all three of you for joining us today. And I am honored to be your moderator. Our mission today is to talk about the cultural impact of the war and beyond. And I know all three of you have thought about Vietnam and its cultural impact through those years to today in very different ways. And I'd just love to hear each of you speak about it. Jim, I'd like to start with you, please.
One of the problems that has come up in the 50 years is that since the all-volunteer army, which is the result of the war, is that the military, the army, has gotten very estranged from the civilian population. They can't recruit enough people. Something like last figure I read was something like 85% of the people in the military have had relatives, had fathers and grandfathers in the military, and that a huge portion of all the recruits for the Army now come from 5 or 6 states along the southern rim. And so a lot of the people in the other parts of the country have less and less to do, know less and less about the military, and that's having an enormous effect on, I think, the long-term viability of the military. And I was at a conference at Fort Benning when the Ken Burns, Lynn Novick Vietnam documentary came out, and the recruiting general was there talking about what ought to be done about this. And there were about 600 current officers and retired military officers at that conference. And he asked at the end, what should we do? And almost everybody said there ought to be a national service input now. We ought to have at least 1 or 2 years of everybody serving in either the military, the Peace Corps, the Teacher Corps, some kind of form of national service to kind of coalesce the country around the notion of that kind of service. Mm-hmm. That's one of the problems.
Mm-hmm. But do you also see a disconnect in our national security policy? The case has been made that, when we had a draft army, every family, or most families, or many families, felt the impact of the war. Now that the military's drawn from this 1%, the nation can go to war without the nation really going to war.
Right.
And do you see that as a danger for our society today?
I think that if the question is, would national service be a danger?
No. Would in somehow getting more of the population involved in national security policy because so few serve, isn't that a danger because it separates the vast majority of our population from these important national security questions?
Yes, I think that's true. And I think we ought to involve more people, more Americans in this whole process.
Mm-hmm. David, you've looked at this more as a domestic question. Can you talk about some of your reporting and in particular the book I mentioned?
Well, the reason I wrote the book is because of the cultural impact of the Vietnam War. I am a baby boomer. I was born in 1949. I had already written books about Vince Lombardi and Bill Clinton, two completely opposite figures in American history, but both of whom the central years were the 1960s. And that was the defining decade for me as well. And so in both of those books, when I was writing them, when I got to the 60s, I sort of slowed down and became more obsessed and realized that that's why I had to write about that decade and chose the Vietnam War as the vehicle for that. I was a freshman at the University of Wisconsin in 1967 when the first violent police action against students took place in the Commerce Building against Dow, when there was a sit-down protest against Dow Chemical Company, ironically. So that was sort of a defining moment for me. I was wearing my first blue jean jacket. I was on the edge of the crowd watching that happen. But I decided I should start there because 1967 is when everything was still up in the air. You know, it was before Tet. You didn't know what was going to happen. It seemed like the culture was changing every week. You know, like a week would be a year. And so I went to the morgue at the Washington Post and said what was going on in Vietnam that day, and found this battle that happened where 60 men were killed, 60 wounded out of 140, and it was just a 2-paragraph story in the papers, you know, so different from the wars that would follow that. And the only reason it was even a story is because the son of a famous World War II general, Terry Allen, was killed in the battle, as was an All-American football player, Donald Hollader, for whom the Hollader Center at West Point is named. Anyway, so I thought, you know, there was terrific literature about the war in Vietnam. You know, Frankie Fitzgerald, so many, you know, a great shining light. But I hadn't seen and not as much about the anti-war movement. There was Norman Mailer's Armies of the Night, but that's Norman Mailer, and it can't be repeated. But I wanted to try to put those two very different worlds together to explore how the culture changed because of those moments. And so I juxtaposed the battle with the protest in Vietnam, at Wisconsin, and saw from that changes that reverberate all the way through the decades. You know, the chancellor at the University of Wisconsin, William Sewell, a great sociologist who had studied the effects of saturation bombing on Tokyo during World War II, who led the first teach-in at Wisconsin against the war in Vietnam, was the chancellor when this protest happened. He froze and didn't know how to control the police. And he was haunted by that for the rest of his life, a tragic Shakespearean figure. On the other side, you'd have someone like a young soldier named Tom Colburn, who was named Baby Son because he was so skinny. And in the battle where everybody was being killed, he was hiding behind a tree and saw one of his comrades 10 feet away in the sunlight. And Tom knew that if he went to try to help him, he would get killed. And he didn't do it. He couldn't do it. He froze. And that haunted him for the rest of his life. By the time I interviewed him 35 years later at a reunion in Las Vegas, I started talking to him, and he was holding a glass of water, and it was shaking so much it was spilling all over the floor. And, you know, it's a moment that he could never get past. Now, other soldiers would get past it in various ways, but the ramifications of the point is that wars really never end for people who are involved in them in different ways.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth.
Well, where to start? I went to Cambodia to cover the war when I finished my first year in graduate school. I wrote a book that included Frankie as one of the 3 women who paved the way for me. So just being here, I'm a cultural oddity, because thanks to Frankie and some other women, during the Vietnam War, women broke through the barrier and were able to cover wars from the battlefield for the first time in forever. It's a fabulous story that has a lot to do with coincidence, but mostly to do with the fact that President Johnson refused to declare Vietnam a war, which meant the rules for media were suspended. So the media is a bunch of mostly white guys. They felt like they had the equivalent of a Year Rail card. Show it, get a commander to agree to come, and then they could go on the helicopter, truck, whatever. Well, incidentally, there was space for women because that barrier wasn't there. And lo and behold, General Westmoreland was inspecting some troops, saw a woman he knew who was the daughter of his wife's tennis partner back in Honolulu, and he said, "Denby, what are you doing here?" She said, "I'm covering the war." "How long have you been here?" "A few nights." He goes back to Saigon and says, "What's going on? Women do not cover the battlefield." And the suit side of the Defense Department called him down. They came up with a solution, a temporary solution to say, okay, women can cover the battlefield just like the men. And that's history. And from then on, the next war, Desert Storm, women went as staff correspondents and with media. And so here I am. I'm a grateful, grateful cultural example.
That's fantastic. Remember when Secretary Rumsfeld was making his first trip into Kabul, early December 2001, he tried to cull the Pentagon press pool, and one of his categories was women reporters who had children. And of course, they just revolted. and everybody flew into Kabul with them. But that mindset lasted till 2001. Right, thank you. One of the signature cultural elements of a war is the end of the war when the veterans come home. I know we've talked about this a little bit today, but Jim, when you and I were chatting on the phone, you mentioned you've spoken to a lot of vets who've tried to go back to Vietnam and try to understand that experience. Can you share those thoughts with us?
This is a great story. There are now several companies, you can Google them, some of them run by veterans who offer tours to Vietnam for veterans specifically, and they'll make them as easy or as difficult as you want. But this started quite early after the end of the war, that soldiers wanted to go back and see Vietnam, not only see Vietnam, but see where they fought. And Hanoi was quite sort of suspicious about this. It sort of had security officials take the Americans around because they thought they were doing some spying or something. Later, they realized that this was a source of hard currency and they should be encouraged to come back and so on. And so various people got involved in giving these veterans tours. And one of them was a translator for Frankie and me when we went back to Vietnam, and Halberstam and others, named Kong Tran in Da Nang. And Mr. Kong told us this wonderful story. He said in the early days, we would take these groups of veterans and they would say, okay, we just don't want to go to the Khe Sanh Valley. We want to go to Hill 452, which is where we were during that battle, or this month or wherever. And so these guys were getting a little bit older, these veterans, and they were getting a little more out of shape. And so Kong Tran and the other guides would sometimes sort of cheat a little bit. They'd take them to the Khe Sanh Valley, but they'd drive to maybe where there was a sort of a slightly less arduous hill, and they'd say, okay, this is your hill, and you can go up this hill, and this is where you fought. Well, several years later, when the veterans are even more out of shape, and this is a Vietnam humidity heat issue, and they came to Vietnam, except this time they had GPSs. And so Mr. Kong would take these people up to his hill where he said they fought, and they'd say, no, that's not where we fought. We fought 6 kilometers that way, let's go. And this set up a whole system of where strokes, heart attacks for these guys, and
Vietnam didn't kill them the first time, but it might the second time, right?
So anyway, that's the Mr. Kong story about
fantastic. What do you think they were looking for? I'm not a pop psychiatrist. I'm not going to say closure, but when they go back on these journeys, what do you think they're hoping to find, hoping to see, hoping to learn?
Well, I think it's a nostalgia thing. I mean, most people who spend a year in Vietnam or two, and in combat especially, I mean, those are the most impressionable days of their lives. I mean, I still remember where I was in August of 1969. I can't remember anything that happened in the 30 years between after that, but I know exactly where I was,
Frankie,
maybe
he
down
doesn't
to the
mean that
day. So these are very important milestones in a person's life, especially if you've been in the war, especially even if you've seen combat.
Right. David, I know you specialize in these conversations. Tell us some of your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I did go back to Vietnam with Clark Welch, who was a company commander in the battle, survived it, had hid up in the hills of Colorado for decades after the war ended because so many of his boys were killed in the battle, and he was afraid that a daughter or wife or mother of one of those would blame him for it, when in fact he had fought valiantly and tried to talk the brass out of walking into that ambush that day. So I went back with him, and also with Consuelo Allen, who was the daughter of Terry Allen, who was killed in the battle, the battalion commander. And Clark had written letters to his wife Lacey during the war that he gave me, all of the letters. And in several of them, he talked about the beauty of Vietnam, flying over it on a helicopter and seeing the gorgeous greens and valleys, and that he hoped to go back someday after the war when everything was at peace. And so that's why he went back with me, and also to find the battlefield. And we did find it, and we not only found the battlefield, but we found the Viet Cong 1st Division commander who had fought against him that day and had won in the battle. And that day of going to the battlefield, which was 44 miles northwest of Saigon, toward the Cambodian border, was the most unforgettable day of my life, because we drove out there. Kyle Horst was my interpreter. He's in the audience today. He was brilliant on Vietnam. And we walked about a mile after all the rutted roads, which by the way, now are all paved according to Kyle, found a farmhouse near the battlefield. We were with Vo Minh Triet, the commander, and Clark Welch and Consuelo. We got into this little farmhouse, and Nguyen Van Lam was the farmer, and he had fought in that battle. And Vo Minh Triet recognized him and noticed that he had 10 children, and Vo Minh Triet was in charge of population control in Saigon, and he chewed him out for having 10 kids. But anyway, then we walked toward the battlefield. Clark Welch had a GPS. I had all of I knew exactly where we should be going. And walking toward the battlefield, unbelievable, because Vo Minh Triet and Clark Welch, these two old soldiers who had tried to kill each other all those decades ago, were walking together, pointing out where they were. You know, everything was, they were just veterans together at that point. And Clark Welch finally said, if we go 50 yards towards that direction, that's where, and he pointed to Consuelo, that's where your dad was killed. Terry Allen, the commander, who had been hiding behind an anthill when he was killed. You know, anthills in Vietnam could be 4 or 5 feet high. We walk through there. It's a beautiful sun-dappled day in early February, with trees, with leaves underfoot. And we get to that spot, and there's another anthill. And just standing there with Clark Welch and Vo Minh Triet and Consuelo Allen, and thinking about how time compressed, you know, into that moment was just the most unforgettable moment of my life. That's my experience going back with a veteran.
Very powerful. Elizabeth?
Going back?
Well,
well, I covered the war in Cambodia, and it's memories of extraordinary pain and anguish that I don't think we've discussed quite enough. To see a country destroyed in front of your eyes when you're in your mid-20s, it was unforgettable. And I went back to Washington, worked at the Washington Post, and
right next to me,
right next to him, and couldn't forget it. So my going back was to go back to Cambodia under Pol Pot, first and last journalist to go there with another journalist, Richard Dudman. So I had the incredibly difficult experience and challenge of trying to make sense of Cambodia when you're under the equivalent of house arrest, being taken around by the Khmer Rouge. 2 weeks of this, I wrote what I didn't see because that's what you do. That's what I thought I should do because I was not allowed to interview anybody I wanted to. We were taken around as one group. And the last day, we were allowed to interview Pol Pot. So 2 hours with Pol Pot, who already knew that the Vietnamese had responded to his border war and were crossing the border. Keith mentioned it, but the hard thing to get across to the American audience was that the whole story of dominoes was put upside down. The communists did not invade non-communists, they invaded each other. So I was there as the Vietnamese were invading Cambodia. We heard a lecture from Pol Pot for 2 hours that he expected NATO to come to his rescue because he presumed the Warsaw Pact would come to the rescue of Vietnam. This is insane. I'm in Khmer Rouge land. It's completely cut off in a way that North Korea never even imagined. Go back, last night, thrilled that we're getting out of this insanity. And that night we were attacked by Cambodians, and they murdered the professor with us and threatened both me and Dudman. We left the next day, and the Vietnamese were in Phnom Penh within 2 weeks, and the Chinese had invaded Vietnam, and we had a reference from that from Lang. So you had communists against communists, and ASEAN was home free. So that really led to my first book when the war was over, because I had to figure out what in the world my country was doing in all of this, as well as explaining Cambodia, because immediately China comes to the fore. President Carter, who was valiant with human rights in many respects, took the advice of Zbigniew Brzezinski and supported China, which means Pol Pot. So after Pol Pot was overthrown, the United States, Europe, and other countries supported Pol Pot to try to take back Cambodia, because Vietnam always is wrong. So I interviewed Brzezinski, who said Pol Pot's an abomination, but China can support him. President Carter said exactly to me, and he wrote it down on a piece of paper, this is for China. This is all to do that. So this country, Cambodia, finally gets rid of the Khmer Rouge, and they are put under extreme restrictions so that no aid could go. Australia was the only country that went in to help them. And it took, the Vietnamese finally left, but because of policies on POWMIA, which was mentioned, the League of Families did not want. So all of a sudden, the Vietnamese were gone, and along the border were the Khmer Rouge, poised to take back Cambodia in the late 1980s. All of a sudden, Secretary James Baker said, we fell into a trap. And so we finally got a peace treaty in Paris in '92. So that's a hard thing to figure out. It's geopolitical, but it's also what was your country's role? How did this loss in Vietnam so pervert our sense of what's important that we could overlook the Khmer Rouge? And so there's much more to it, the whole history. But anyway, that first trip back was an amazing trip back.
Right. I mean, it is so important for us to remember that the war in Vietnam had this incredibly dynamic and damaging second and third order effect in the other countries. One of the things that's come up several times, starting with the early panel with Senators Hagel and Kerry and General Eaton, is the lessons of Vietnam for the post-9/11 wars, Iraq and Afghanistan. And talking about veterans, it's just interesting to me that, you know, the symbol of Vietnam veterans coming back is being spat upon, and from Vietnam. And the veterans coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq are lauded. And I think most veterans I know, of course, think that neither works because, of course, the ones who came back from Vietnam were there following lawful orders. They didn't start the war. And those coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq, they were following orders too. And this sort of thank you for your service rings hollow. So reflecting on these three sets of wars, and Elizabeth, I can tell you disagree with me, which I love, what should be this nation's stance toward returning veterans?
Well, first of all, the spitting on veterans is right up there in urban myth lands. The veterans were rejected by the establishment. When the veterans came back, the American Legion, the VFW, didn't want to have anything to do with them. They were called hippies and losers. They had to create their own Vietnam Veterans Association, and they did a brilliant job lobbying for Congress. They created their own memorial, the Great Vietnam Memorial. And
but that was so many years later, though.
No, it wasn't that many years later. I mean, that was 80s, but it took a while to raise the money. But even then, President Reagan would not go to the opening because it was not patriotic enough. And only the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Vesey, who was a real hero in my book, he went. And that was and I bring this up because it was the first parade that those veterans had in the 80s. And if you spent time with, and there's some out here, if you spent time with them, that's what they talk about. The establishment, no mayors had parades for them, so on and so forth. So I think that that's one thing to learn, is that they were rejected by the people who sent them.
Right, but I guess my point is that just as that rejection is wrong, so is this blind and rather superficial thank you for your service not really enough either.
Yeah.
David?
Well, I think what really happened, and the most important part of it, is that you have to tell the truth, and the government lied about it, and the soldiers knew they were lying about it. You know, just in the small example of the battle that I write about in the book, when it happened, the government declared it a victory for the United States. That's the way it was portrayed. They made up a body count. A great military historian named John E. Cash was sent to the battlefield the next day because Terry Allen's son had been killed, and the Pentagon wanted to know what happened. So he interviewed all of the soldiers who survived it, and he discovered that what the military had done at the time of the battle was say, well, how many dead Viet Cong did you see? And somebody would say 10. How many did you see? 10. How many did you see? 11. They were the same bodies, but they added them all up and made it sound like they destroyed the Viet Cong. And only Cash coming in there to discover the lie, which was buried, and I found it 40 years later, his reports. So the soldiers in that battle, the ones who survived went to a evacuation hospital. And it was such a big deal that Westmoreland came to visit them. And he went to Sergeant Barrow, a first sergeant, and said, "What happened, son?" And Barrow said, "Well, we were ambushed." And Westmoreland said, "Oh, no, you couldn't have been ambushed," because this was right at a point when Westmoreland was trying to raise the troop levels and win the war by battles of attrition, and had to make every battle look like a victory. And Barrow said, "Well, I don't know. I mean, you weren't there. I saw it. I don't know what it was if it wasn't an ambush." And so all of those soldiers, when I interviewed them decades later, whether they went on to support the war and think it was worthwhile, or they went on to oppose it, and there were men on both sides of that question, all of them said, all we want is the truth. And I think every soldier wants that in the end.
Every citizen deserves it as well. Jim, what are your thoughts on this sort of pendulum swing in how we treat our veterans?
I really can't, I really don't know much about this, but one little sort of anecdote that I can sort of offer is that in later years, there were, I came across people who weren't in Vietnam, who were not soldiers in Vietnam, who claimed to be. There was a certain amount of braggadocio about this. They wanted to let people know they were veterans, but they really weren't veterans. And there were, and there were some people, even some reporters that I knew who didn't get to Vietnam, who wanted to who thought that this was really something that they missed in their careers. That how could you go through one of the greatest, go through the period in which we had this enormous war that had such an effect on the country, and you didn't go and see it. You know, I don't know how big this was, but I do know that it happened.
And there's the American military, even today, has a problem with stolen valor for the war since 9/11. People claiming they have medals or served in places that they didn't. So that's still a problem now. I wanted to slightly turn the topic a little bit to the notion of a lost war. How has this nation dealt with the lost war in Vietnam? And of course, there are many constituencies in that: the American military, the average citizen, et cetera. And how do you think that's going to affect the country today, having, dare I say it, lost 2 more wars in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Well, I would say in terms of lost war, I was covering this as a reporter, and all of a sudden you couldn't even use the word Vietnam. And the Indochina desk in the State Department was known as very lost causes. And that's all very funny, but what it meant was turning your back on the damage we had done. And it's extraordinary. I mean, I think everybody here knows that Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, and we have to say Laos several times because they suffered as well, the most bombed countries on earth. Per capita, and I think also by tonnage. We never did reparations. I mean, now we're doing aid, but the whole issue that Keith and others were talking about in terms of not being able to come to a diplomatic recognition of each other is. There had been a side codicil to the 1973 peace accords that wasn't nailed down, and the Vietnamese thought it promised them reparations, and the Americans said no, and that's when Vietnam invades Cambodia, blah, 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 goes on. But the result is the people who suffer from Agent Orange and from all the chemicals in those countries, particularly Vietnam, it's because we did not want to admit that we had lost and did not want to admit what we had done to them. So that's, and I already talked about the effect I think it had on thing. And then we can go into the diplomatic history, but that would be a little more boring. But I think it's, when those of us who go back regularly, you just say, I wish we had recognized, accepted, and gotten to work, and we wouldn't have had to wait 20 years to have relations with Vietnam.
I think to me, the most dangerous aspect of the lost war idea is that it led to Iraq. And I can make a direct connection to that through my book, which is that in 1967 at the University of Wisconsin was a young graduate student named Dick Cheney, living with Lynn Cheney in Eagle Heights, the student housing there. And they were so, I interviewed them both for the book, and they were so upset and agitated by the anti-war movement that it really affected their entire political perspective. And I just make that direct connection between them watching what was happening in Vietnam then, Cheney being determined that that not be repeated, a war not be lost again, and thinking that, ignoring all of the other aspects of that, and thinking that, you know, through shock and awe and everything, they could just easily make sure that this war was won, and falling into that same trap.
Right.
From Vietnam to Iraq, a direct connection.
Well, and you heard those same debates 2 years ago with the fall of Afghanistan and withdrawal from Iraq, that, oh, we should have stayed the course, we could have done more, let's invade both countries a third time. So that narrative holds. Jim, I know this is a topic that's very near and dear to you, which is, did the American media lose the war in Vietnam?
Well, that's what a lot of the military said afterwards. But my view is that is twofold. Number one, when I was there in '69 and '70, there were more than 400, almost 500 reporters registered with MACV. In other words, you'd get a press card, and you could travel on helicopters. You could go wherever you wanted, so on, and But most of those reporters were sort of tied down in Saigon. Why were they tied down in Saigon? Because if you were a single reporter for a newspaper or a radio station or anyway, your editor, who had spent a lot of money to get you there, wanted you to file a lot of copy. And you couldn't wander around Vietnam and file 2 stories a week or more. You had to sort of stay where you could get a story every day or every other day. And where was that? Was going to the 5 o'clock follies. The 5 o'clock follies, the military and the American and the Vietnamese handed out sheets of what happened, or what they said happened during the war in the last 24 hours, what various units were doing and so on. And you could put that together and you could please your editor back home and file 500-600 words for him to do. So there weren't a lot of reporters, even though there were hundreds of reporters accredited. There weren't all that many out in the field looking for stories. The New York Times had 4 reporters when I was there, so we had the luxury of being able to let people go out and spend time doing stories. And one of the interesting things, and I think that was a pretty good strategy for the military. They kept a lot of people tied down in Saigon. And so what was really interesting to me is that several of the really good stories from the Vietnam War, not good stories, but big stories from the Vietnam War, the My Lai massacre, the Green Beret double agent murder case, which happened when I was there, the secret bombing of Cambodia, all those stories were found out by people outside of Vietnam. People in the United States, and so the Pentagon did I thought a pretty good job in retrospect of and in fact somebody did a study of CBS News. We all remember Morley Safer's report about the Marines with the Zippo lighters lighting the hooches and the village. But a study of CBS war coverage for a certain period, I think a 1 or 2 or 3 year period, found that something like 85 to 90% of that coverage was, quote, positive for the military. It wasn't negative, or supposedly negative, and that in effect. I think most of the story, even the stories, I wrote a lot of stories about Vietnamization, and I would quote people saying how, this is really working, this is going to turn the tide, we're going to teach these guys how to do it, and we're going to support them, and this is really going to work. But after the war, the American military decided that the press could not just wander around willy-nilly and find stuff out on their own. And so for the Gulf War, the first Gulf War, Norman Schwarzkopf's Navy assistant wrote a paper on press coverage for that war called Annex Foxtrot. And what it said was that thou shalt not allow reporters to wander around. They should be escorted at all times. And this reminded me of a story that we used to tell in Vietnam when occasionally there would be escorts going out with American reporters. And the story goes something like this. The reporter with the escort in back of him goes up to the sergeant and says, "Okay, Sarge, what happened?" And the sergeant says, "Well, we saw those little SOBs. We heard them coming down the trail. And so we all got ready, and when they were in the right position, we blew our claymores, and we put our F-16s on rock and roll, and we just blew those bastards away. You should have seen the arms and legs fly. It was really something." What the escort then says is, what the sergeant really means to say is that this unit engaged an unknown-sized enemy force with their organic weapons with unknown results.
Classic doublespeak. But to me, it's sort of the central canard of that accurate, honest news reporting either wins or loses wars. That's not what it is. I remember in 2005 when Iraq was really swirling down the toilet, a lot of the officers with whom I embedded would say, Shanker, what's wrong with you? Why can't you write, good stories about what we're doing? And then after the surge in 2006, which was really well executed and very effective, and they did turn the war around, the same officers said, well, we see you've come along, you're writing good stories now. I would say, sir, you're doing good missions now. That's the difference. You do good missions, you get good stories. You do bad missions, you get bad stories.
The implication of that comment that the press could lose a war is that you don't want the public to know what's going on. I mean, that's what it means, and that's essentially what the government tried to limit in future wars. I mean, from the Iraq War, even not letting the press see the bodies coming back to Dover Air Force Base, right?
Right.
I mean, in every possible way, they try to control what the public could see.
Right. So what are the lessons for military-media relations? The thought that I opened this panel with. I've often thought that the relationship between the military and the media is like a marriage. It's a dysfunctional marriage, but we stay together for the kids, right? I mean, we sort of have to, because the media has a First Amendment crucial role in our democracy, and the military, of course, is raised by Congress and commanded by the president. So how can these two sides serve our nation's interests always in an adversarial situation? Elizabeth, you've been so deep in this. What are your thoughts?
It's hard to everything sounds like a cliche, but it's mostly very important now after Donald Trump was our president and called the press the enemy. And that pervaded through his administration, and I'm sure there's still people who very much picked up on it and preferred to believe it. So it's not simply military media. We now have a significant political group within the Republican Party that does view the press as the enemy. So I would just expand it. It's so frightening to be for journalism right now. And obviously, everybody covering the Pentagon, I think the relations seem to be okay, but I'm worried. I'm passing the buck, but I'm really worried about what is going on in terms of politicians trying to use the media not just for scapegoat in a war, but scapegoat in our current country.
I would add on to that because of the way that the Trump administration and others have politicized that whole question, that the military is actually more progressive and more open than the government in many of those ways.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Jim, any thoughts?
I just remember when the Green Beret murder case happened, and we got a cable from somebody in Washington that said there's a guy named Tommy Middleton who's been thrown into the Long Bin jail, according to a lawyer in South Carolina. Could you please look into it and let us know? And so I called USARV, the Army Long Bin flak people, and I said, why is Tommy Middleton in the Long Bin jail? And they said, we'll get back to you. And the next morning, in the morning briefing, the press release that they handed out, it said at the bottom, the following 7 individuals are being held in the Long Bin jail, and they gave their ranks and names, but didn't say what units they're. Colonel Thomas B. Rowe, Major Thomas C. Middleton, also. And it took us about 10 minutes to figure out this was the whole command structure of the 5th Special Forces. And you call them up and you say, what in the world is going on? And their answer is, we can't comment on this until the conclusion of an Article 32 investigation. Hang up the phone, and I've got this little switch, or I did have, in this right over here that said, they've got a great story and they're not going to tell me what it is. And a lot of reporters, including Bob Kaiser, the Washington, got on airplanes, flew up to Nha Trang, and by the end of a month or two, we knew more about Special Forces operations across the border in Cambodia and all sorts of other places than we would have had they just been honest with us and said, here's what happened. Abrams got really ticked off at Colonel Rowe because he lied to him. And so but I mean, just a little give and take would have solved the problem in that case.
Right. Because we're on a college campus, and I see some college students here, why don't you reflect on the cultural lessons of the anti-Vietnam War protests and what students today might learn from them as far as Black Lives Matter, environmental campaigns, other things, because there is a sense of really sincere and smart activism among college students today. They don't think about the Vietnam War very much. There's kind of a benign neglect because it's so long ago. But if you were to talk to some college students, as you have a chance to today, what would you tell them that they should think about as they choose a life of political engagement and activism?
It's deja vu all over again. Woman, I have been out there with my placard since Roe v. Wade was overturned, meeting young women who age of my granddaughters. And one posted recently, I wished the women's magazines had been talking about how to protect my reproductive rights rather than how to lose 10 pounds. It's as if there is a gap in just understanding what is a right, what has to be done to protect it, and just how deep those rights loss would feel. So on women's, like Black Lives Matter, civil rights, it seems like we're going through another, and just like before, there's going to be serious pushback, but the pushback here is of a different order, and I think that one, to let them know that there were victories before, there can be victories again, understand your rights, and exercise them, but that it's formidable.
Thank you. David?
Well, I teach students at Vanderbilt University every other year, and I find those young students of today incredibly admirable and totally committed. And I think that every movement is a combination of idealism and self-interest. And that's the difference in the anti-war movements of modern times, is that there's no draft. You know, in the period of the late 1960s, every young man, their parents, their girlfriends, were all consumed by, what do? Do you enlist? Do you try to go to Canada? Do you go to prison? You know, what choices do you have? And that constantly fueled the thinking and the anti-war movement. Once there became an all-volunteer army, that dissipated. But other movements, the women's movement and the Black Lives Matter movement, are both motivated by idealism and self-interest. And that's why those are so much more powerful right now.
Thank you. Jim?
The only point that I can add to what David said is that as you sort of sense in talks with younger people about climate change, you geezers did this to us. We've got to pay the price. We've got to, and you're not solving the problem.
I give you permission to laugh at us geezers, okay?
Anyway, that's my point.
Right.
That's a great.
You know, it's interesting, you know, talking about all three of you are journalists and authors, and there's an incredible library. And it's interesting to me, the officers who went off to Iraq usually were reading Halberstam's The Best and the Brightest and H.R. McMaster's Dereliction of Duty. Brad Graham of Politics and Prose has a terrific table of books out there. But if you were recommending students that every military officer, if you could recommend books that every military officer should read, excluding your own, what would they be? Elizabeth?
I'm going to pass.
Okay, great. Okay, David?
I would say maybe The Sorrow of War.
Yeah,
Bowden. Yeah, Bowden. Yeah.
Well, the Vietnam book was my wife's, Fire in the Lake. There's a wonderful article, if you can get it on, you can find it online, by Major Dan Shearson, who was a West Point instructor, who wrote a piece about how the current military leadership, Petraeus, H.R. McMaster, Jim Mattis even, have on their shelves the wrong books about Vietnam. And they fall into two categories: the bomb Hanoi to the parking lot, invade the north, kind of more, better, bigger, stronger. And then the second group, Lewis, Sorley, and so on, the hearts and minds group. If we'd have just done more of that, we'd have won the war. In any case, we'd have won the war. Not that this was a colonial struggle that, had we still stayed there, we'd still be there and we'd still not be winning the war.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember the one that before I ever wrote. And the book that really brought it to me and I think would be good is All Quiet on the Western Front. And then as a Pentagon reporter, I discovered through my husband that the military's favorite book was Once an Eagle, which is a Vietnam book. And I recommend that to you all because it ends up to being an anti-war book. And I tell you, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Commandant of the Marines, I can't remember all of them, they said, they picked up the phone for me, which they never did on the first ring, and said, oh yes, Once an Eagle. And then we recommend it to all of the, graduating this and et cetera, et cetera. So that was the big surprise, Once an Eagle.
Right, thank you.
The one,
please, David.
I was not a soldier, but I studied enough to know that when you're an individual soldier in a battle, everything is chaos. And the best description of chaos in a battle I ever read was in the Charterhouse of Parma.
Oh yes, that's great.
Which was really amazing.
Right. In the few minutes remaining, I have a big question and then a small question. And the big question is about the wounds that are less seen and less visible. I know that Agent Orange was one of the big veterans issues, heartfelt, tragic. From Afghanistan and Iraq, you have traumatic brain injuries, you have burn pit problems. How do you assess how this country has dealt with its veterans, and has the country learned anything from the Vietnam veterans' experience that might or might not help care and treatment for today's veterans?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
David?
I think it was a long, hard fight to get even any recognition of the damage of Agent Orange on both the Vietnamese, which was most extensive, and on the American soldiers. I know that of the many soldiers in the Black Lions Battalion that I dealt with, so many of them in the last 8 to 5 years have died of bladder cancer, and almost all of them attribute that to the fact that they were fighting in a zone that was heavily defoliated. And so that's still...
Right.
This is a wound that's not for veterans, but can I mention it?
Well, of course you can.
The collateral... What it meant for the United States to be supporting a war and then fighting a war from the mid-50s through 1975 had a direct effect on the neighboring countries, and in particular, the country that I follow the most, Cambodia. It was never evident that there would be a civil war in Cambodia. When President Johnson was on the verge of signing a peace treaty in 1968, but we had the Nixon go around. If that, you could make a strong argument that if that had been signed, Sihanouk would still be the head of that government. There would not have been an insurgency because Sihanouk had made a deal with the communists not to support the Khmer Rouge. So it's still, I still will wake up in the middle of the night saying, why did we keep fighting? Because one of the big collateral damages was Cambodia and the Khmer Rouge. And that's a wound that hasn't healed.
Right.
And I don't know what it will take, but just to be cognizant that those wars have consequences and you have to be completely aware from them.
Right.
And that's a lateral.
I mean, if I could abuse the authority of the chair just to offer an answer to my own question, to me, it comes down not just to national will or the money in Congress, but leadership. Donald Rumsfeld famously was speaking to troops about to cross the berm into Iraq who were complaining they didn't have armored vehicles. And they were, scavenging steel to nail to the side of their Humvees. They called it hillbilly armor. And Rumsfeld said, you go to war with the army you have, not the army you might want or might have someday. And while that may be a fact, that's not what you say to troops that you are sending into harm's way. You say, I'll do everything I can to get you what you need. He was replaced by Robert M. Gates, whose signature initiatives were spending billions of dollars on up-armored vehicles to protect those lives and putting helicopters more into the war zone to guarantee the golden hour between wound and definitive care. So it's an example of where a single leader can change how we treat our soldiers and our veterans. Last question for the three of you before we take a brief break and move on to our final outstanding panel. I've spent most of my adult life in combat zones covering frontline war. And what I've learned is they don't teach you in journalism schools that if you go off to cover a war, the war covers you, and you can never really scrub it off. And so whether you were covering the war there or here at home, David, I'd like for the three of you to reflect for just a moment on how these experiences have changed you as a person and changed you as a journalist and a writer.
Well, you're right. I did not participate or cover the war, but writing that book was the most powerful psychological thing that happened in my life. And because the soldiers invested a lot of their trust in me to tell the truth about what happened, I became one of them. I'm an honorary Black Lion. All of their psychological traumas were visited upon me. I was trying to deal with them, and my wife would talk to them as well. And so that lasts for the rest of my life. And to, I've lost several of them in the last few years, but the bond of that and to understand what they went through and to carry that affected me deeply.
Mm-hmm. Jim?
I remember going out in the field and hanging out with some grunts, and they would sort of look me over when I first got there, and then we'd sort of become talkative and so on, and they'd say, well, what are you doing here? And I said, oh, I'm a reporter. You mean you're here for, you're reporting the war, right? Somebody told you you had to do it. I said, no, I'm here to do it because I want to do it. You mean you don't have to be here? And they knew I was nuts because, I could get on a chopper and be back in Saigon in an hour or so. And I remember during the invasion of Cambodia, that happened. I was the Battle of Snool. There was a 11th ACR colonel wounded. I got on a chopper, a medevac chopper, back to Quy Nhon, got in a C-47 charter back to Saigon, wrote my story, gave my film to Horst Foss, took a shower, and I was having a grilled water buffalo steak and a good bottle of wine at a French restaurant by 7:30.
Right.
That's how lucky and easy we had it compared to what the guys who couldn't get out of the field.
Elizabeth, in the last minute, your thoughts?
Well, for me and for a lot of us, it's the deepest coming of age you could have. When you're around, everything matters. You can't turn the corner that it's not part of a story. Everything was part of the story. And every time I think, okay, this is the last time I'm going back, I'm in the middle of another project or two with Cambodia, and it's never ending. So, of course, it's beyond deep.
Right.
It's beyond deep. And the funniest thing was when not that long ago, my daughter said, she's the mother, and she said, Mom, it took me forever to realize that the other kids weren't raised thinking that it's really scary to be around the Khmer Rouge. And I had no idea I had done that to her.
Yeah, my son once said, that's my pop's idea of a great summer vacation, Auschwitz. There'll be time for more formal thanks later, but incredible thanks to the panel. Thanks to all of you for being here. Special thanks from me to the Carnegie Corporation of New York that makes so much of this work possible. Thank you all for being here.
We're going to do better this time.
He's going to put a mic on you.
Okay.
Oh, I was going to say, so that was it.
I think it was Craig. Not Craig, it was the other one. Bradley? David Bradley, yeah. He, I am. Okay. He had a second.
Good technique.
David did? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. They're terrific. Good afternoon again. I have heard through, I don't know, maybe 80 or 90 of you that we should be louder. So we're going to be louder. And thank you so much. We can do that. We apologize, but we will. We want to make sure everyone can hear the proceedings. And so we begin now the fifth panel. And this one is dedicated to the sounds and images of an era. And I think most of us would agree, if we can acknowledge that the Vietnam War was in many ways tragic and a failure in a whole host of ways, I think most of us would also acknowledge that something terribly right happened around cultural production, that the music of that era continues to stay with us. We're going to talk about why that is. What is it about the enduring value and quality of cultural production during the Vietnam years that has been so important and of enduring value in our society? Our panelists consist of experts and people who have points of view on issues related to poetry, literature, photography, and music. So rather than as in the other panels, we mixed it up a bit. We're going to stay more with each person a little bit longer because we want to talk about those subjects. And that's why the format of the panel will be a little bit different. Let me introduce our panelists and we'll get started. Our first panelist is John Balaban, who is Professor Emeritus of English at NC State. John is the award-winning author of 13 books of poetry and prose, a translator of Vietnamese poetry, and a co-founder of the Vietnamese Nom-Preservation Foundation. A remarkable story he'll tell us about his own engagement in Vietnam and how it came about. Mark Godfrey, a photojournalist for AP, Life, and Time magazines. Mark covered the war in Vietnam and Cambodia and later worked for numerous international magazines on assignments that included coverage of the First Gulf War. Lauren Onkey director of the Corcoran School of Arts and Design and professor of music at the George Washington University. And in an earlier incarnation in her career, she was at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and knows a lot about the music we're going to talk about. And then my good friend Marcus Sullivan, Vietnam vet and close friend of Michael O'Donnell, who was himself the subject of, in that time, Michael O'Donnell and the tragic era of Vietnam. Marcus served in Vietnam. Marcus was a musician, still is, and lived through that experience and can talk to us about that as well. So I'd like to begin by talking about imagery. Vietnam was the first war that was televised. Most of us who lived through it remember seeing it on television every day. That was different from other wars. It was not movie tone news that we were experiencing, but something much more immediate, direct, and profound. And Mark, you're an image maker. You spent your time during this period capturing images. Can you talk a little bit about your own work as a photographer? What drew you to this kind of work and how you saw images informing public opinion about the war?
Well, first of all, let me say I feel intimidated to be on these panels with all these people who are just, you know, such experts on this. I'm just a photographer. I'm not an expert on the Vietnam War. I was there from the summer of '69 until the end of '72, and then I returned in '75 and covered the fall of Cambodia and then the fall of Vietnam. I'm not one of, when I was young, a young newspaper photographer, and for me the war actually started in 1968 when I got clubbed by the Chicago police covering the Democratic Convention and thought, this is interesting, what more is going on in the world? And decided to go to Vietnam in '69 and freelance. I wasn't one of the naive young photographers. I'd had a number of years of newspaper experience who believed that still pictures are going to end wars, although I thought that they need to be documented. And certainly Vietnam was the most documented war this country's ever fought. A couple of reasons for that. One was just total access that photographers had to Vietnam. All you had to do is arrive there with a letter from your newspaper or from some agency and go to MacV and JustPow and get a credential, and then you could go out and work your way onto a helicopter or a truck or a Jeep or whatever it took to get to some action. The photographers, and there were hundreds of photographers who covered Vietnam, the photographers were basically the grunts of the news media. You know, you couldn't cover it if you couldn't take pictures sitting in Saigon going to the follies. You had to get out in the field and cover the operations. And you had to depend upon journalists to give you some sort of idea what was going on in the field, what maybe those operations were, and then you would try and figure out how to get there, and when you'd get there, you try get some support from the local field commander or whatever, and oftentimes go into a battle zone on a medevac, because going in they were empty, coming out they were full. So getting out sometimes is a little more difficult. And so that's basically how you covered it. When I originally went there, I was freelancing. I did some work for the New York Times Sunday magazine on Vietnamization, covering the ARVN, the Army of South Vietnam, and their training and their action in the field, tried to get some idea of what was going on there. And then I also covered Nixon's trip to Thailand about the same time. And then I came back, and Horace Foss approached me and asked if I wanted to join the photo staff of the AP in Saigon. And I must say, I had a great admiration for the work the wire services did in Vietnam. I'd followed the work of photographers like Henri Hewitt and Kyoshi Sawada of UPI and Horace Foss and others with the wires, seeing their work not only published in newspapers on a daily basis, but also in Life magazine and some others. And so I accepted that, and for about a year and a half, I was with the AP in the Saigon Bureau covering things. During that period, as been talked about, Sihanouk was overthrown by Lang Nol in Cambodia, so I immediately snuck into Cambodia via Siem Reap, and for 3 months covered the Cambodia War, which was really a wake-up for me because it was such an incredibly dangerous situation. The Khmer Rouge were ruthless. If you got caught by the Khmer Rouge, you weren't coming back. And the only way to cover the war was to drive down some road and figure out where something was going on or find some unit action that was happening. There was no advisors. There was nobody telling you, well, go here, we're going to have this, we're going to do this battle, we're going to do that. And so you'd go down that road, and sometimes you'd run into a roadblock that wasn't friendly. And if you're quick, you got out of there.
Was there any direct oversight or control of what you were able to see and do as a photographer?
No,
did
there
your
was
bosses at
absolutely none.
AP care? I mean, did they?
There was no censorship. You were free to do what you wanted to do, or what you were dumb enough to do, or smart enough to do, and so you did. And that's how. And that's why that war was so well documented by all those photographers. And I have to admit, there's some great photographers who've covered that war. I mean, I think, I mentioned Foss and Henri Hewitt and Sawada. Of course, we all remember the iconic images from the war, starting with Malcolm Brown's picture of the monk burning himself to death in Saigon early on, and then later John Olson's picture in life showing the wounded soldiers coming out of the Khe Sanh battle on top of a tank. But then particularly the Eddie Adams picture of Colonel Lone shooting the Viet Cong suspect, which was iconic, sticks in our mind. And also then after that, Nick Utz's picture of the napalm, of the girl who had been burned by napalm. What I find interesting about iconic pictures is that oftentimes they happen at a moment which resonates with public opinion. And so up till '68, public opinion, I think, was sort of mixed. In fact, I think a lot of the press corps was not necessarily anti-war. A lot of them were not necessarily pro-war either, but they were sort of agnostic on the war. But coming with TED of '68, a lot of that changed. And so people were suddenly shocked. They'd been told that the war was coming down, we were winning, and suddenly this huge offensive happened. And while in some ways it was a great loss for the Viet Cong, in that it didn't look that way. It was a propaganda victory. And of course, Eddie's picture of the killing, the shooting in the street of the Viet Cong suspect happened right at the right moment. Yeah. And so it captured people's attention. And and that was true later in '72 with the Nick Utz picture of the napalm girl. It just happened during that offensive in '72.
But so there wasn't control exerted on how to make the pictures and where you could go. But was there control exerted or censorship over where it appeared? That Nick's picture, for example, was very controversial, and there was much discussion about not airing it at all.
Well, I think that there were newspapers that would not publish certain pictures, and there was a certain concern about publishing pictures of wounded American soldiers and so forth that might identify them. And some of that's understandable.
Yeah.
And so there was that. But the fact of the matter is that you could write a story and things could get changed around a bit. But if you took a picture and it was published, it was published. This was in a period. Today, you look at pictures and you can't be sure if they're real or not. But back then, if you saw a picture, it was real. Yeah. It wasn't necessarily evocative of the reality of the situation, but it was a real picture of a real moment. And so I think that's true. There wasn't. So I think, the wire services would send out pictures, and certain newspapers would run them. Certain newspapers say, "Oh no, we can't run that." So there was that sort of censorship, but there was no censorship on the ground about what
did you think as photographers about the disconnect between the kinds of images that you were making and what the government leaders were saying about the war? And how did that work for you?
I didn't really think about that too much because I discovered pretty quickly that war is war. And, they talk about the fog of war, and I think that's really true. That I think photographs have a tendency to show oftentimes the horror of war, while on the other hand, maybe there's some positive aspect of the situation which pictures don't really reveal. I mean, pictures are evidence. They aren't necessarily truth.
It's a good distinction. You're a still photographer, but
yes.
Can you say something about the role of television?
Well, of course, television, as television became more and more in the homes, people like Cronkite and so forth. But I point out one interesting thing, talking about Eddie Adams' picture of the killing of the Viet Cong suspect. There was an NBC film crew there who filmed the whole thing as well. And everybody saw it. It was shown on TV, but nobody remembers it. But they'll remember Eddie's picture.
Right. An interesting period. Thank you. Well, let's turn briefly let's turn to music. Lauren, we can all, as I said earlier, acknowledge that this was a period of extraordinary creativity. Can you say something about the movement of Vietnam-era music and how that genre came to be? What motivated it, and what a little bit of a history about that, maybe?
Sure, and it's vast, actually. And I was obviously not in Vietnam. I was born in 1963, and my earliest memory about Vietnam is that everybody at the dinner table was yelling. My older siblings with my parents, and I remember sort of, why is everybody yelling about whatever this thing is? And the music seemed to reflect some of that, and I think for myself helped me figure it out. But when we're really looking at how the war is represented in popular music, and by that I mean rock and roll, country, soul music, it starts pretty early in the 60s and we go well into the 70s. We think of it, I think, often with rock and roll and anti-war music, something like Country Joe and the Fish, Feel Like I'm Fixin' to Die, right? Or Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, Ohio, after Kent State. But earlier in the 60s, really beginning around 65, 66, you start to see a lot of songs about the war in soul and country music that are either pro-war in the sense of country or neutral. But what country and soul really share is they're describing the war as a kind of experience of everyday life. My boyfriend's gone, my husband's gone, I'm going off to war. There's this sense that the war is in people's lives. The soul group, the Dells, does anyone know I'm here? You know, there's this, so popular music is being used to sort of make sense of this experience that's getting bigger and bigger. Of course, the Ballad of the Green Beret is a huge #1 hit in 1966. So it's not, you know, there's scores of these songs at this point and some really great archival projects pulling them all together. But some of the ones I'm most interested in are big pop hits. You know, you're hearing them on the AM radio, you're hearing them in your car, you're hearing them at the auto body shop. They're around, they're very much a presence. So what we see is pop music as a place, as it always is, I think, for us to figure ourselves out. You're also seeing, obviously, protest music. Phil Oakes, I Ain't Marching Anymore, Pete Seeger, Bring Them Home, you know, so it's really across the board. And then by the later 60s, you start to see the anti-war songs emerging. I think one of the most compelling, and I've been thinking about it all day today, is the Bob Seger System's 2 + 2 =?, which was not really a hit. I think it did okay in Detroit, but it questions, it's the speaker of the song is gonna go to war, doesn't know why, isn't even necessarily protesting, but is saying, this doesn't make sense. Older people are making decisions that are affecting my life. What is going on? 2 + 2 is not equaling logic here. So I think, you know, these are little 2-minute songs, but, you know, pop music, rock and roll had emerged in the 50s. Here it was in the 60s, record companies were bigger, and the baby boom generation had sort of taken these forms, and you just see Vietnam kind of all over popular music in that period.
As you say, there is an alignment between the kind of war music or anti-war music that was being produced with the events that were happening in Vietnam. And I guess the question is, to what extent did the musical movement shape the political or public movement? Or was it the other way around?
That's always the question, right, Dan, is you know, whether or not our art is, I mean, I think it's a dialogue. It's reflecting what we're experiencing. I think we like to think that the music that's speaking for us is having an effect. I don't know, but certainly I think for a lot of people at that time, the music really carried a lot of meaning. We were just talking about a wonderful book called We Gotta Get Out of This Place by Doug Bradley and Craig Werner about music that people listened to who were in Vietnam. Soldiers, nurses, and those songs weren't necessarily, quote, about the war, but like We Gotta Get Out of This Place, like Nancy Sinatra's These Boots Are Made for Walking, like Bobby Bare's Detroit Rock City, which is not about Vietnam, but has that great chorus of, you know, I wanna go home, become Vietnam War songs. So I think for me, what's interesting is the way an audience will take a song and use it for what it needs. And whether that's a marching song or a political song, we really see that.
That's a great point. Can you say something about what we might call the exceptionalism of the Vietnam moment around music? There isn't, for instance, a body of music around the Korean War, and there isn't a body of music around the Afghanistan War or Iraq, even though those were controversial. But what was it about this moment that produced this extraordinary body of material?
Yeah, I mean, there was a fair amount of music around Iraq. I think the music landscape has changed in the sense that, you know, you've got the explosion of the internet, you've got the fragmentation of audience and genre in a way that I think in the 60s and early 70s you had some more commonality, so things would be more widely heard. And I think it has something to do with the boomer generation and that kind of popular music, right? I mean, rock and roll is not the dominant form of popular music anymore, hasn't been for a long time. Hip hop is now 50 years old. So it was at a moment when that form, I think, had tremendous, tremendous power. And again, I think, to me, a little bit of a story that can be told more, and Keith referenced this earlier, soul music's role in articulating the relationship between black soldiers' experience in Vietnam and what is happening at home is profound. I think the most important musical creation during and about the Vietnam War is Marvin Gaye's album, What's Going On, which is written in part as his response to his brother, Frankie, returning from Vietnam to Detroit and facing discrimination and a lack of ability to get jobs, and Kent State and Jackson State, which had happened right around the time of Kent State. And if you listen to that album, and if you've never heard it, you're in for a treat. If you haven't heard it for a very long time, sit and listen to that as a whole piece of music where Marvin Gaye was really able to deal with that kind of intersectionality of being anti-war, but equally critical of what is happening in cities here. But I think it's that match between cause and the value of that art form at that moment.
Mm-hmm. That's a great answer, thank you. As you think about that body of material, what other artists come to mind as of the most, perhaps the most enduring interest or importance in the field of music from the period?
Oh, that's a really good question.
That's like a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame question.
That's a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame question. You know, I think of it as more sort of individual songs. I mean, I'll go back to Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young's Ohio. You know, that's written 11 days after the shootings on campus and gets recorded really quickly and released very quickly, kind of almost at the speed of the internet in that way. And I think that song having that visceral emotional presentation is a lasting piece. On the countryside, Merle Haggard has an incredible song, 71 or 72, written in the voice of a POW saying, you know, does anyone remember that I'm here? Mm-hmm. And as I listen to those songs again, the stories that they tell, the craft in songwriting is really powerful and devastating. So I keep going back to soul and particularly to Marvin Gaye, but those are some other records that I think tell stories that maybe we didn't want to hear, you know?
That music had an immediate effect, and from what I can recall, it was very popular very quickly, even though it might have been controversial. Yeah. Is that right? That it was, the audiences were expanding very quickly for that kind of music because of the content?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And you know, some songs become iconic, right? If you know the Woodstock movie, Country Joe McDonald, who was a veteran himself, is singing Feel Like I'm Fixin' to Die, which becomes the kind of iconic song of that film. It's worth mentioning too, the music that emerges in the late 70s and especially the early 80s, songs like Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA, Billy Joel's Goodnight Saigon, Charlie Daniels still in Saigon. So there's a moment, and I think it overlaps with film that's happening, of really kind of looking at the war, and you're seeing the second version of that story emerge. We don't hear too many women's voices on the rock side, certainly on the soul side. Frida Payne, who many people might know from a really great hit called Band of Gold, but she has a hit with a song called Bring the Boys Home in 71, 72, which it's a big hit. Again, these are selling records. They're on the radio.
And as the war came to an end in this country, at least the active hot part of the war by 1973 to 75, that music, of course, died. I know that by like 1974, the only top hit from that year was Billy Don't Be a Hero by Bo Donaldson and Haywards, which is the definition of insipid. But it was, that's about the only anti-war song there was by that time. So I guess people just lost interest, the subject was over, and the field moved on.
Well, you know, protest music as such is not as popular as we get into the mid-70s, right? Oh God, I'm distracted because you made me think of that terrible song.
Right.
But I do think that rock and roll, like it can become a cliche that rock and roll and, you know, protest against the war become synonymous. So while people aren't doing that style of music by 75, 76, I do think the linking of the two is really important. I'm going to throw out one more thing that I should have mentioned earlier quickly, and that's Jimi Hendrix. A lot of Jimi Hendrix's songs, which mean a lot to people in Vietnam, but his song Machine Gun, which he records early in 1970, which is an incredible musical representation, I think, of what war sounds like. And he too, like Marvin Gaye, combines a critique of what's going on in Vietnam with what's going on in the US. In fact, he dedicates the song at the beginning to the soldiers fighting in Chicago, the soldiers fighting in Milwaukee, and the soldiers fighting in Vietnam. And then he creates sound that sounds like you're in the middle of a battlefield.
Yeah, thank you. Marcus, you are a musician, and you also served in Vietnam. Let's start with, I want to ask you about what the experience of listening to music was like for you in Vietnam, and then we'll back up and talk a little bit about your formation as a musician.
First of all, I don't think you can overemphasize the importance of music, period. And in Vietnam, it became even more important. If you imagine, if you will, a person like me, drafted, taken off the streets of Whitewater, Wisconsin, and transported literally in a very short amount of time to this alien place. The soldiers in Vietnam called this place the world, and they had to get back to the world as if they had been transported to another planet. And what do you do when you're in an alien atmosphere, and a dangerous one at that? You start grabbing onto things that give you a sense of hope, a sense of group think. Everybody else likes this song, and so on. So music was incredibly important. And I think the other aspect of music in Vietnam, for me certainly, all soldiers like to listen to music. I just happen to be one of the soldiers who like to play music and listen to it. So it put me in another category. I wasn't alone, certainly, in that, because we sought out, in Vietnam, we sought out fellow players. And I was lucky enough to find at least two. One in particular, I won't tell you about both, but one in particular had been a good friend of Chet Atkins in Nashville. He played with Dave Dudley. He played with Little Jimmy Dickens. His name was Max Huta. And of course, the Army, in its infinite wisdom, made him a cook. And so he couldn't really play. But we gathered together cheap guitars, and we managed to get some sound equipment and reel-to-reel tape recorders. And we played. And Max, he could play The Girl from Ipanema, jazz, just deluxe. I mean, he was one of the best players I've ever met. He just died recently, and he played music right up to the end. But we would play, and Max would, he was just so fascinated with music, and when he didn't have to cook, we would play music. And the music was, as I said, it was something to grasp onto and give you hope that you were going to get back to a normal place where this music came from. And we were sent reel-to-reel recordings. My wife sent me a 7.5-inch reel of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And we listened to that. And there were soldiers that said, oh, the Beatles are just gone. I don't like that at all, walk out. But among us, it was wonderful. So anyway, I think that the music, in another very deep way, music has always been cathartic. And whether the song that you latch onto is a sad song, or an uplifting song, or a song that makes you feel like you're in a football stadium cheering everybody on, I think that those moments are like Greek tragedy. They're supposed to arouse in you some pity, some fear, and a cleansing happens.
So Marcus, who were you playing for? When you would do these, when you would get together and play, were you playing for people on the bass or just for each other?
Whoever wandered into the hooch. And, and we had to play over the generators that were going on all the time, and the lights would dim down and such. But there's something to be said about late at night when you're in base camp. And in the field, especially for infantry, and I wasn't infantry, I was a combat engineer, but for infantry, it's silence. You don't go to the field and make noise. You don't go to the field and wear aftershave lotion because they can smell it for miles. So there are certain precautions you have to take. But when you're in the base camp, when you're in rear area, people would just wander in, and that music just happened. And we played, there's something to be said about late at night playing A Whiter Shade of Pale and going to having people go to sleep by that. Or one night, I remember we played until we were so tired, and everybody was going to bed, and Max, this guitarist that I mentioned, he sat and was playing along with, just before I fell asleep, he was playing along with Bob Dylan's Stuck in Mobile Again, Oh Mama, Can This Really Be the End? And so powerful stuff.
When you met Michael O'Donnell as fellow students at Whitewater, University of Wisconsin at Whitewater, and you were both folk musicians finding your way forward as musicians.
Yes.
And I guess my question is, they came together and there was real synergy, they made an album, and you were on your way to a very promising career in music. When you went to Vietnam, you played music. When Michael went to Vietnam after you, he had trained as a helicopter pilot, so it took him longer eventually to get to Vietnam. You were already back. But it seems from what we know, he spent most of his time writing poetry and not writing music.
Yes, he even spoke of that. It was quicker and easier than to round up a guitar. Although, when Michael and his cohorts came back into their camp after a day of flying, and it was every day flying, they would drink a lot. They would listen to the mortar rounds coming in, and that kind of thing. But I'm sure that Michael, if he had a guitar, access to a guitar, he would play music.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jim Lake, who is here, who is, as I mentioned earlier, was stationed with Michael. They were both helicopter pilots. And he describes how when you're a helicopter pilot, you're mostly stationed behind the line. So you're out in the most dangerous of environments all day long. Then you fly back to more or less the safety of your base and for a shower and a hot meal, and then the next day to go out again. And how surreal that was, and how Jim describes the base they were in, I think it was in Khartoum, every single night, the base was attacked with very inaccurate missiles. But in that environment, they're being attacked as they're playing music. It seems like a very strange way to live, but I guess that's how it was.
I do have reel-to-reel recordings of, I was teaching Max a Ian Tyson song called Red Velvet. And he loved that song. For some reason, it just rung a bell in him. And he was playing that song. And the recording I have of that, there are bursts of gunfire and stuff going off in the background. So, yeah, music can be played even under those circumstances.
Were there lots of people playing music there?
Not a lot. You had to look around. Although at Xeon Base, that was where the Big Red One was stationed. They had a pretty, we thought, palatial existence over there, and they actually organized a hootenanny. They spelled it out and somebody wrote a big H and a hoot, and they strung it across, and we went over, and when they lined us up, and we passed the guitar and played. And so we had those kind of moments too. And they actually bought instruments. The military actually bought instruments. First time I ever saw a Rickenbacker guitar. It was bought by, I got to play it, but yeah, they kept it over the officers club. So, yeah.
Well, let's talk about the connection between music and poetry. John, when you went to Vietnam as a conscientious objector, you were already a formed poet. Can you talk a little bit about your experience as the shaping of your work as a poet and how Vietnam informed that experience?
Sure. Actually, I was at Harvard. I was in graduate school and studying Old English and Middle English. And I remember one day had spent the day in Widener Library, was walking out, and I saw a huge demonstration on the street. I didn't know what it was about. But I saw a camera team from AP there. And I figured, well, we'll get behind them. That'll be a safe place to see what's about to happen. And there was a big blue Buick sedan parked out there. It was behind Lowell House. And a lot of students, a lot of young people at any rate, all clustered around it as the car wasn't moving because they were blocking the road. And inside the car was Robert McNamara, Secretary of Defense. And he finally got out of the car when it was clear the kids weren't going to go away. And I remember the Secret Service agents around and armed pushed back with their hands, and he just pushed himself out of the car. And not only got out of the car, but he got up on the hood and addressed the crowd. I remember the big crunch of the roof of the car when his weight caught onto it. And I was looking at the cameraman and the sound man, and their eyes were almost as big as mine, because something was going to happen. And he got up and he insulted the crowd. And he had been there as a guest at the newly opened Kennedy Institute.
What year was this, John?
Well, had to be 1970? No, 69.
So he had just left.
No, 68. That's good.
He was no longer the Secretary of Defense.
And he said, he waved to the crowd and they quieted, and he said, I have one thing to say, that when I was a young student at Berkeley, I was just as radical as you, and the crowd groaned like an animal. Everybody was groaning. And when they stopped groaning, I remember there was a window open, and somebody nearby had an apartment there, and they were playing Mac the Knife. And when the crowd quieted, you could hear that song of Mac the Knife coming onto the ground. And then the crowd erupted in laughter because everybody woke up for the same moment. And McNamara then insulted them and said, but I want to tell you one thing. I was far more polite. And then, of course, all the obscenities that you can imagine easily enough were shouted out. He got back in his car, the crowd parted, and he drove away. And that sent me to Vietnam. I stewed over this for maybe a week and wrote to my draft board and said I wanted to turn in my student deferment, which is, and some very sweet secretary wrote me back that, oh, you needn't do that. There's no fear of your going to Vietnam on a 2S deferment. I said, no, that's not the idea. I want to go to Vietnam. And then I had to set up an appointment, and I had to come up with a work plan of what I would do. And I had to have an interview back in Pennsylvania. So I did all that and went to work for a group that was a predecessor of the Peace Corps called the International Voluntary Services. and I was to teach English, linguistics, and English language at a Vietnamese university. That never happened because there was elections that year, and TU and Key were going at each other, and the elections never emerged. And then came the Tet Offensive. The university was bombed. I got wounded by a snip of shrapnel, which is, in my case, lucky because it got me to go back home to Philadelphia, where I got patched up. And then I still had to continue at alternative service. I had a 2-year obligation. And so I came up working for the Committee of Responsibility to Save War-Injured Children, a group run out of Philadelphia, but connecting really all the famous research doctors in the United States. Helen Brooks Tausig here in Washington, Albert Svent-Georgi at Harvard, Benjamin Spock, Albert Sabin. I mean, these are really distinguished doctors, all of whom had arranged at institutions all across the U.S. with their fellow doctors to treat war-injured children for free. But the trouble was, there were doctors working at hospitals and in various practices in the U.S., so they needed a field representative. So while they were patching me up in Philadelphia, the director of the organization took me into his home, and then I went back to Vietnam as their field representative. So that was my first real leg back.
But when were you writing poetry?
When was I writing poetry? I had started at Harvard. I even started publishing some while I was still an undergraduate at Penn State. But good question, because I figured going to Vietnam meant the end of writing poetry. You know, I couldn't picture the charge of the Light Brigade, you know, into the Valley of Death, rode the 600 going over where in Vietnam, and the question of what kind of poetry could survive there. I was talking to Lauren earlier about music in Vietnam. I was out on my own on the highways in Vietnam, and one day there was a huge convoy rushing past. You could hear the noise behind you, and cyclo drivers, people with little motor buses and bicycles and motorcycles, just got off the side of the road and let this thing go by. But what shocked me was the music coming at the head of this huge caravan. Unbelievably loud, blasted music clearing the road in front of all these gunships, APCs, and behind them Vietnamese soldiers with truckloads of their own family that were following them into a war zone as well. But the music that was playing was the Rolling Stones, and it was Sympathy for the Devil. Please allow me to introduce myself, is what that music was screaming along that Vietnamese road. And that the strangeness of that and the verisimilitude of it struck me. So I did that, and then I had to do that for 2 years. I ended up bringing children out of the country to hospitals in the U.S. and then taking them home again when they were well enough, fit enough to come home. By that time, I learned enough Vietnamese and heard enough music and poetry in the countryside. I'd be at a river crossing waiting for a ferry to take me to the other side. I had a tape recorder. I had a grant from the National Endowment for the Humanities. And there would be a singer, an old blind guy with a 12-string steel guitar playing for farmers and you know, panhandling at the same time. Or I'd be standing on a riverbank and one of those little motor two-cycle boat engines would be drifting by, put, 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 put. And I could hear a song drifting up. A woman was singing in the boat by herself, you know, and it was right at my feet. I could hear the water slashing at my feet, and I could hear this woman's song. I had no idea what it was. And then finally, someone, at Dispatch News, which really should have been mentioned all day today somewhere in somebody's talk, so I will. These were people like myself who were reporters, hangers-on, peace people, who broke the My Lai story, in fact. And one of them was a friend, a secretary there of the place, who said there's a Vietnamese guy in the office who keeps telling me that if you want to know anything about Vietnam, you have to learn to hear Kai Gao, or Kazao in the north. It's this folk poetry that's sung. It's never or rarely written down. It can be written down. And if you want to know anything about the Vietnamese, that's what you should pay attention to. So I got a tape recorder in Japan on the way. My wife, who had just graduated from Penn State with an undergraduate degree in English, she was 20 years old. We both flew to Vietnam, and I went out in the countryside and recorded that for a year. So I have about 500 of those songs. They're pretty well recorded, despite the fact that I didn't know how to do it. I did it right. And they're now at the Harry Ransom Center for anybody to do any research with. And later on in the program, maybe I can play something for you.
Yeah, we'd like that.
And the next thing I did was I got interested in the literary poetry, which is a far different thing. It's not sung. It's written in a calligraphic or character system that looks like Chinese, but in fact represents Vietnamese speech. And mostly scholars in the scholarly class could read it and write to each other in it. Almost ordinary Vietnamese at that time couldn't read or write until the French brought with them a system of writing, like in 1640. And that became the writing system that the Vietnamese use today. So I could read the ancient script in that transcribed form, if that makes sense. And I decided to try to translate that poetry as well. And I got taken under the wings of two great scholars, Le Tan Coy, a great historian in Paris. Also in Paris, and I forget the name of his prize, I think it was an international prize for his musicology, Tran Van Kay. And they both pushed me on, led me on, and introduced me around so that people would talk to me. When I was out with my tape recorder recording the folk poetry, I always had somebody would take me around, usually a monk that people in the community would trust. Even then, I would learn later that they thought I was a CIA agent because I was taking pictures of people and I was recording their voices.
You had a parallel, as it were, a parallel path at that time. You were becoming a scholar of Vietnamese culture and language.
I was trying to. I don't know that I ever got far.
Well, you were recording and learning on the one hand, and you were also writing your own poetry.
I tried to both avenues.
Right.
So both of those resulted in books and some recordings. And also my aim, I guess, which is the point of this, is telling you this, is that listening to the discussions today, the huge disparity and separation of Americans here with Vietnamese and Vietnam, and the huge separation between, as you know yourself as a soldier, between Vietnamese and Americans there in Vietnam, it was immense. The place was indecipherable. So the question about poetry is that it can cross those borders of cultural separation. And that was part of my aim in those translations.
Can you read one of your poems for us?
Yeah, sure. Just happen to have the book.
Also on sale out in the lobby.
It's called After Our War, which is actually the title poem of my first book. I'd written it after coming home. After our war, the dismembered bits, all those pierced eyes, ear slivers, jaw splinters, gouged lips, odd tibias, skin flaps, and toes, came squinting, wobbling, jabbering back. The genitals, of course, were the most bizarre, inching along roads like glowworms and slugs. The living wanted them back, but good as new. The dead, of course, had no use for them. And the ghosts, the tens of thousands of abandoned souls who had appeared like swamp fog in city streets, also had no use for the scraps and bits, because in their opinion, they looked good without them. Since all things naturally return to their source, these snags and tatters arrived with immigrant uncertainty in the United States. It was almost home. So now one can sometimes see a friend or a famous man talking with an extra pair of lips glued and yammering on his cheek. And this is why handshakes are often unpleasant, why it is better sometimes not to look another in the eye, why at your daughter's breast thickens a hard colloidal scar. After the war, with such Cheshire cats grinning in our trees, will the ancient tales still tell us new truths? Will the myriad world surrender new metaphor? After our war, how will love speak?
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
It's very powerful. So staying for a moment with your parallel careers, you have a recording also of a Vietnamese poem.
Right.
And what I'd ask you, what we can do is, what I'd like to propose is, let's hear that. Then I have a question for each of you as we conclude the panel.
Okay, let's do it.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So you want to introduce what this is that we're here?
I was recording on one island near on the Mekong near Metau, and it was the island that had been separated out from the war by the so-called coconut monk. I figured it'd be safe to me to record at that island. But not only that most of the monks and their whole families had come from all over the Mekong Delta. So I could record various dialect differences, which are many throughout the Mekong Delta. And I could pick up little bits of different singing traditions if I just went to this one place. So it was a wise move on my part. And then, as I said, I would record and sometimes photograph the singers. And they appear in the book, which I think is out on the table.
It is.
And in that book, on the island, I was about to take a picture, and my camera almost got slapped out of my hand by the monk who was my good friend. He said, no, not his picture. And I said, why not? And they said, he's a defector. And I thought, oh, he meant the South Vietnamese army. He said, no, he defected from the Viet Cong. And if the South Vietnamese army come here, they will take him away and kill him. If the Viet Cong come here, they will shoot him just as well, since he's a deserter. So I recorded him, and it was one of the most beautiful voices I recorded that whole year of traveling from the south and the Mekong way up to the city of Hue, where I recorded members of the last royal dynasty. Let's hear it.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to hear this piece, and then we'll talk just a bit more.
Sông Sài Gòn chảy dài chớ câu, nước mênh mông nước đổ phù sa, ngọt ngào ngọn lúa bát ngát hương thơm hương lúa của quê nhà. Hương lúa quê nhà hướng về quê mẹ đậm đà tình thương.
Thank you. What an extraordinary experience that must have been for you to have been open to this whole body of poetry and song in a world far from your own. So thank you for sharing that with us. So as we conclude the panel, I'd like to ask each of you to, really the purpose of being together today is to think about what we've learned from Vietnam, the experience of Vietnam, the Vietnam War, 50 years after the withdrawal of American troops. So what have we learned from the world of cultural creativity? If you were to, each of you, one or two things that stay with you as important contributions of the creative side of the Vietnam War. What is that? What stays with you now? Maybe we'll start with, who wants to start? Laura.
I think the songs of the Vietnam War reflected so much diversity of opinion and voice and position in our culture. If you follow those songs, you hear people who are very patriotic about the war. You hear pride, you hear pain, you hear anger, and you hear it from all voices in this country. And I think one of the things I worry about is the censoring and the suppression of multiple voices right now at this time. And so to me, a lesson is the more the better, the more diversity of sound and voice and opinion is the only thing that is going to help us to really understand what is really going on. And so when I look back at that body of music, I hear complexity and contradiction and confusion, and we better make sure that we can still hear that.
That's extraordinary. Thank you. Marcus.
Well, the music in Vietnam was so diverse, and whatever people picked, whatever a soldier would pick, that would be the one that set them up and took them away, just like Emily Dickinson said books did, you take your lands away. And to get back to, as they called it, the world. It could be leaving on a jet plane.
Yeah.
It could be something's happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear, that kind of thing. It could be, I was privileged, Michael and I were privileged, we sang in Old Town in Chicago before the war, before it involved us anyway. And we met a few people that were noteworthy. One of them was Phil Oakes, and he sat down in the upstairs performance area of a place called Port Richards, and he sang I Ain't a Marching Anymore for us. And he sang There But for Fortune. And he also sang a song that we used as a kind of anthem in Vietnam, and that was a song that Tom Paxton made a big hit of it, but Phil Oakes wrote it. It's called The Draft Dodger Rag. Sarge, I'm only 18, I got a ruptured spleen, and I always carry a purse. And so it goes on like that. It's a wonderful song to sing if you're angry. It's a wonderful song to sing if you just wanted to go home and rid yourself of all of this. And so, yeah, the music, as I said, it was cathartic. Whether it was a sad song or an uplifting song or a rag or some of the protest songs that Michael and I were involved with. And Michael and I sang at Port Richards, we sang Sounds of Silence, the cover of the Garfunkel, the Simon and Garfunkel song, which was on an album called Wednesday Morning 3 a.m. And it was all acoustic. Somebody set that electric guitar in that, and it became a big hit. This was way before that. And we sang that song, and a guy walked up to us afterwards and asked us, "Is that your song?" And we were very flattered because, no, it wasn't our song. But Michael wrote some very good songs along the way, turned his attention to poetry. But in the milieu of Vietnam, I think we grasped at whatever we could find for hope.
Thank you. Just a quick aside, Michael sent many, many letters to Marcus, which I had the privilege of reading as I was working on the book. And he was an avid student of new music, Michael was. He listened to everything. And these letters are wonderful. One of them, he listened to Paul Simon play, and he says to Marcus, "This guy is going to be big." And little did he know. Great. Mark.
Yes. Well, it's a good question. I'm still trying to figure out what I learned from Vietnam. You learn a lot about war, about yourself, mainly. I came away impressed with the power of still photography to document something. And I think about the books by David Douglas Duncan, I Protest, or Philip Jones Griffiths, Vietnam Inc., and about all the other sort of things that were done and what effect they had. I also sort of learned that, as I said before, photography, it doesn't really stop wars, but it documents them, and certain images at certain moments make a big difference. And you know, you think about Hugh Van Ness's picture, the people climbing up the ladder trying to get to the helicopter on the building near the embassy during the final days. It just sort of tell you something about the moment, and they leave an impression with you. They make a deep impression within you. And that's sort of what I learned, and also learned that pictures of dead people doesn't particularly do the job. It's pictures of living people who are experiencing the horror of war.
Thank you. Well, it's also true that for most of us, what we know and remember and see from the war is what you gave us, because we see it through your eyes. That was the only way we could see it if we weren't there. So there's a lasting legacy that connects us forever. So thank you. John.
There's a Vietnamese proverb, go out one day, come back with a basket of knowledge. Đi ra một ngày, về một tràng không. And so I went out one day and I spent 2, 3, and then the next 20 years involved in another culture that taught me a great deal about depth of culture, about family, about kindness, about bravery. And by comparison, returning home, I measure this country and how it behaves with itself, which right now is very troubling to me, against the continuity and the kindness that I found in Vietnam.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all very much. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We are going to just offer up a few concluding remarks before we end the session today. So thank you, gentlemen and ladies. And I'll ask the moderators to come up as well.
Sure. So I'd like to just very briefly, thanks to all the panelists, thanks to all of you in attendance, thanks to my newest battle buddies, Dan Weiss and Peter Osnos, Dean Walbeck, and the entire Columbian College of Arts and Sciences family and friends and the technical people who made this happen. Sincerest, heartfelt thanks to the Carnegie Corporation of New York, whose generosity allows the Project for Media and National Security to exist and who supported this amazing program today. I sat here all day trying to think about what does it mean to win a war. And again, having spent most of my adult life traveling along with the military, something that Bob Carey said this morning that rings so true. Militaries cannot win wars. Militaries at best defeat other militaries. Only governments can win wars by sealing the peace, and we forget that all too often in our history, because if you define every problem as being, a nail, then the hammer is your only tool, and it just is so painful to see the military, as heartfelt and as well organized as it is, sent off to do things as it was in Iraq and Afghanistan that it was never designed to do. The phrase hearts and minds came up several times today. That was the mantra from Vietnam. You heard it in Iraq and in Afghanistan also. And I remember a late night at a forward operating base in Iraq when an officer was telling me how much he hated the phrase hearts and minds. You can't win hearts and minds. It's a fool's errand. It's insulting. How would Americans feel if the Afghans or Vietnamese or the Iraqis tried to win our hearts and minds? Or the Russians trying to win our hearts and minds? You have to respect other people's cultures. Far better, this officer said, should be a national policy that tries to earn trust and respect, not only of these foreign populations, but of our own population here. And I only pray in the years ahead that we can reflect on that as we reflect on all the painful lessons of wars long ago and wars more recent. And to Dan and Peter, it was my great honor to work with both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, thank you, and thanks to those of you who are here and to the audience on C-SPAN. I just want to bring us back a little bit to the beginning, which is how this entire event was inspired. It was inspired by Dan's book, In That Time, The Tragic Era of Vietnam, which as an editor, I read the proposal. I said, who the hell is this Weiss? Oh, he runs the Metropolitan Museum of Art. The truth of the matter is, that book, I was a young reporter in Vietnam. I've been dealing with Vietnam in various ways ever since. But that book brought into focus again something that I thought was immensely important. We owe it to the young men, and they were mostly, who went there and lost their lives in a war that made no sense. Not to forget that they went there, not to forget that they lost their lives, but the culture that they were part of, that we still live in today, the impact of the war is profound. And what Dan has done for a future generation, and many generations to come, because books can't be, unlike buildings, can't be torn down, he's created an imagery in that one young man's life that really is indelible, and I urge you all, if you haven't read it, and all those on C-SPAN to, and I'm not selling this as a publisher, it's a book that frames a lot of what you heard today in one person's life. And the second thing I want to say is that because this is on C-SPAN, and it will be on their website, rather than just the thing which you all sat through today, it'll be there. And other people can come to it. And I want to encourage as many people as possible to come to it, because reflections on the war 50 years after the fact are immensely important in helping us understand what we did, where we were, and where we may be headed. So thank you again for coming.
Working on the book in that time gave me the opportunity to learn about a vast body of material and issues that I was not otherwise familiar with. And in the course of that work, I had the opportunity to read the work of many of the people who are here today. And I cannot tell you what a privilege it is to be with you today and to have a chance to do this work together. When I began this project years ago, and I found Marcus Sullivan, and he helped me to find my way into this project, I never imagined what it would open up for me as a scholar and as someone interested in our own history. So I'm enormously grateful to all of you for being here today. We have had the opportunity today, in thinking about these issues and reflecting on 50 years, to hear from journalists and historians, creative writers, political and military leaders, soldiers and citizens. And there have been many themes that have emerged throughout the day, and you can reflect on them in your own ways. But for me, there are three broad ideas that I would like to take home with me. The first is, there are many, many lessons, and we haven't figured this out, and we have continued to make mistakes since Vietnam that would have been inconceivable to us in 1975, that we would. So the work must continue. These kind of events are not just ways to spend a Saturday afternoon reflecting on an experience we lived through, but vital work we must do to continue to learn what it means to live in an educated citizenry and make good decisions. So I think that's essential for us to continue to do that kind of work, us and our successors. The second is that memory matters, remembrance matters. Michael O'Donnell had it right. Don't forget us, because we gave everything for whatever it was that we were sent here to do. And the most important thing we can do now is remember them and honor that service and learn from that. And the third, at least for me, is at the center of every one of these issues is the quality and character of the leadership that we select to make these decisions. That Lyndon Johnson single-handedly could escalate this war. Richard Nixon single-handedly could end this war if they had the courage to do so, and they didn't. And lives were lost as a result of that. So as we think about the future, and one thing we can do as an educated citizenry is ask more of our elected officials and place a higher burden on moral responsibility and ethical leadership than we do. Because when all else is passed by, that's what they have left, is to make decisions on the basis of what they might think is right and what may matter the most, even if it costs them something. This is why we're here, because those quality decisions were not made. It was expedient political maneuvering that ultimately led to the debacle of Vietnam. So at least for me, those three themes are worth keeping in mind as we move forward. And again, we want to thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. I would also like to thank especially the GW team that made this event possible. Peter and I had the idea, we enlisted Tom, and then we said to the GW guys, I don't know, like, let's do it, make it happen. And they did. Dean Paul Walbeck generously donated this space and all of the resources it took to bring it to life. Maxine Kogar, Denise St. Hours, Elizabeth Burns, Peggy Cusack, and Michelle Dobin met with us every week and did all of the things that are involved in producing this event, which now, as I've learned, is more complicated than a big wedding to do it. What did I know? And Drew and the tech team here made it happen today. So I want to thank all of them profoundly for their good work and to thank you again for being with us. And we'll see you in the next 50 years. Cheers.